Oh, hey bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Lord. Hi. Hey, y'all. Happy Monday. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So if that's a show for you, definitely stick around because we definitely have a lot of tea to spill. I think I got like 20 topics we going to cover on this show. But I'm going to try to get through them as much as I can and not stay too long on certain subjects unless it needs to be, broken down on other stuff. But anyway, the topics we got to talk about the death of Big Pussy, aka Vincent Pastore, who passed away over the weekend at the age of 80. We got to talk about Spider-Man, Brand New Day, and how it's breaking records. It has surpassed Avengers Endgame opening weekend. We also got to talk some X-Men news because it got something to do with some X-Men news broke over the weekend about a casting. We also got to talk about Mahershala Ali calling out Marvel over how they handle Blade. That broke over the weekend, so I want to give my thoughts on that. We also got to talk about the Wonder Man showrunner clearing up the rumors about the show's cancellation. Also, there's some drama going on with the Booster Gold series where they're saying that's not moving forward at HBO. And the showrunner on that show kind of equated the drama that was going on with the MCU and everything into their situation. So it's all kind of juxtaposed together. So I'm going to lump all those into one topic because it kind of all goes together. Now, speaking of HBO, apparently there's a Barbie sequel that's supposed to be happening, and it stalled because David Zaslav, trying to sell HBO and Warner Brothers and the whole merger with Paramount, and the fact that the money ask is a little too high for Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling, probably even Greta Gerwig, who directed the movie and co-wrote it with her husband. So they're probably asking for a lot of money. So we'll break that down. Plus, Vin Diesel out here still pining for that damn Fast and the Furious movie, even though we already know we're getting one 5 years later after the last one came out. And he says that he's crying that this is the best script he's ever written. We're going to get into that. Plus, we got some tea on Madonna because she and Kylie, I should say, performed over the weekend in Amsterdam. We also got to talk about these rumors going around that Madonna has kind of given the middle finger to Glastonbury and is going to be performing a residency at BST Hyde Park. And so we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about Andy Cohen out here trying to use mercy to get close to Madonna. And we also have to talk about these biopics because we've been told for the longest about Madonna's biopic and why we haven't gotten it and all this other stuff. Well, the word on the street is that the industry is prioritizing Britney's biopic over Madonna's biopic. So we got to go into that. Plus, we got to talk about this. What is going on with Ariana Grande Frappuccino? Because she dropped an album over the weekend. I'll give my thoughts when we get around to it. But also, now they're finally starting to bring up the whole ED accusation that she looking a little too skinty. Child, we've been saying that since the Wicked franchise. We've been saying that for the longest, but everybody want to sit up in here and get mad. Y'all picking on Ariana, man. But it took y'all seeing a video of her killing people up in there where you seeing her bones and all the other stuff for y'all to all of a sudden have an epiphany. Fuck out of here. So we're going to get into that. Plus, speaking of conservatorships and epiphanies, we got to talk about Britney Spears because apparently they saying she flirting with jail time over the things she been doing on the road, a lot of road show antics. We got to talk about that drama with Kandi Burruss and Tamar Braxton. She did a whole speak on it, and so we're gonna break that video down because it's a lot. And we're gonna talk about all that other stuff. Plus, we got MAGA Minaj out here begging her fans for coins. Now she trying to charge y'all over there on the Twitter. We also got to talk about Ryan Murphy talking about he want to bring Glee back. Do we want it? Do you really want it? Do you really want it? In the words of Ricky Martin. We also got to talk about Drake Vaughn out here getting arrested yet again. That boy, just throw his ass in jail. And plus, we got to talk about Drag Race Down Under. So, Raven's position on the show has finally been revealed. It's really a secret. We'll get around to that when we get around to the topic. So, those are some of the topics. So before we get to said topics, if you please do me a solid, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, do all the things to help this messy show get out there to a larger audience. It would be greatly appreciated if you could do said situation. I'm like, come on, camera, let's not work my nerve today. Speaking of nerves, let me see what the peoples are saying in the comments. He said, this is about to be a long show." It show is because, child, it's been a minute. I've been busy this weekend, and I would have been like, "Damn, I'm so annoyed that I've been busy this whole weekend." But child, this is like where I'm gonna be busy this month, September. Child, I saw the calendar. It's gonna be crazy busy. I'm not complaining. I'm getting the ships I want. I'm getting the spots I want. Like, I'm pretty much spoiled at Madison Square Garden, so I'm not upset. Yesterday I worked the J. Cole concert. Chill, they're laid back. You get it's like a lot of like conscious people. You get a lot of white kids. You get all different demographics. There was white kids. There was Asian kids. There was Indian, South Asians, I should say. Um, there were lesbians up in there. There was gays because I seen a couple of the boys up in there with their crop tops on. Let me tell you, some of you you millennials, some of them some cuties up there last night. There's a lot of guys with their male friends. And there was guys there with their girlfriends and vice versa. There was girls there with their good Judies, and it was just a mixture of people that was at this show, and everybody was pretty. There was no drama, there was no issues. Well, at least on my end, I didn't have no issues. I didn't see any issues because I was on the floor. So I don't understand like when people lump people in with those type of with those type of shows. So I get kind of annoyed when people do that. It's like, let's not stereotype. Because I've seen worse, and I worked events with white folks where their show has been a little worse. So I don't like that. But anyway, back to the conversation. Anybody else tired of Ariana and her fans tired of gaslighting and say we're the problem, trying to bring awareness. But for some look, those are what we call enablers. And to me, an enabler is not a real fan because God forbid anything happen to her. I don't want to save the fake tears. Save your tears for another day. Even though that's a weekend song. Wait, that's a weekend song with Ariana Grande. What am I talking about? That's not why that popped in my head. I forgot they did the remix. So if her fans want to gaslight, y'all go ahead. But we speak truth on this show. We don't bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna need camera, please. Can we not? I don't know why this wire. Hold on. It's like I gotta tighten it. I don't know why. It's just like this camera be working my nerve. I was thinking about even getting multiple cameras to do the show. It's like sometimes you gotta like turn it a certain way. I'm glad I'm doing this before I'm getting to the topics. And so basically, because content isn't a tragedy, she overcame tragedy. Well, Madonna, when she was going through her stuff, she wasn't out here broadcasting; she was hiding it. Yeah, okay. Whatever your name is, bitch, shut the fuck up. You read a headline, of course, you got to come in here like MAGA Minaj fans. Y'all gonna suck the shit out my ass. Like, fuck you, bitch. Anyway, it's still a tragedy. She didn't overcome the conservatorship. Hollywood scandals break every time you work. You work on the weekends. Well, look, I can talk about it on Monday. I guess the pedal lashings will have to wait until the Ariana topic. But what do you think about Arca's album and brand new Chanel's? They cleansed my. I saw Fantano did a video where and I should have said, well, if I'm doing anything for views, then why'd your ass click on it and watch it and write that comment, you dumb bitch. But anyway, I just had to throw that up in there. Anyway, so I love the Arca album. I listened to it about 3 times over the weekend. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say the pedal stuff. Brand new Chanel's skill. Um, nothing to brag, nothing like negative or whatever. It's like it just gave me, typical what we expect from Slater. So it was a good song. I was hoping for more music, but we got a song for now. I just said they cleansed my ears after Ariana's 37-minute Ethel Kane cosplay. Funny enough, did post a video or something, and people was getting mad at me over on my page. Hold on, hopefully I didn't delete it. But I posted something about Ariana Grande and Charlie XCX. I'm glad I saved it, but it's on my Facebook page. A bunch of people was commenting, "Who want a 1 hour album or whatever?" I said, because somebody wrote by the name of Rafa Gonzaga said, well, it was in Portuguese, but it's translated. They said Charlie XCX and Ariana Grande released albums that are just 30 minutes long. What a horror this current music industry is. That's why we need to value and respect Shanta, who at 67 years old delivers an hour-long album complete with a short film, music video, physical media, and everything we're entitled to. So I agree with you there until you got to the part where you said we're entitled to it. First of all, nobody's entitled to anybody's art. But on the other hand, I get what the person is saying because with Madonna's going to give you beginning, middle, and end. She's going to give you a full-on experience. She's going to take you on a journey. It's she's going to give you the full situation. It just seems like with the Charlie XCXs and the Ariana Grande and so many of these other current pop girls or whatever, y'all just all about the algorithm hustling. Oh, I'm just trying to get enough songs out there so that way it can go viral on TikTok or whatever the case is. But it's like you're not fulfilled with that stuff. And I understand maybe this younger generations is like, well, nobody wants a 1 hour album. We want something that's like literally 30 minutes, whatever, because to me, it's like y'all don't value music. Oh, you just got the music, then it's over. Then like a week later, we need more Ariana Grande music. No, you got what you wanted. You wanted a 30-minute album. Salivate on that shit until she decides to release another record. So I don't like the whole idea of, oh, I just gotta spend a half an hour with an album, and it's just like it's not giving me what I want. So I'd rather go on a journey. Wait, what were we talking about? Sydney Star? Said, the more I deep dive with Carolyn Carpenter, thank you, Ariana Grande, the more I hate her brother and her own mother. I saw that what's his name? Frankie was wearing an Ariana Grande t-shirt with the pedal album cover on it. And talking about the album is I don't know I forgot what he said, but he pretty talking about he loved the album. I'm like, okay, that's like a director who that's like somebody who directed a movie. That's like Uwe Boll coming out talking about Citizen Vigilante, talking about it's the greatest movie ever made. Like he made the fucking movie, even though I've heard it's terrible. Of course, that's what he's gonna say. What the hell else is Frankie gonna say about his sister's album? Oh yeah, the Fantana one. I saw he did a segment on like the best and worst release songs this week. And I saw he put Slater and all that up in there. I didn't even watch it because I'm like, I don't even care. But if y'all want to go watch that, be my guest. And that's why we love Olivia Rodrigo for releasing an album near an hour in length with songs that are closer to 6 minutes long than two. Still remains my album of the year. And that's why I said, like, if the songs warrant, like, y'all cutting out bridges, y'all don't even give second verses, like, y'all repeating the first verse as the second verse, removing the bridge. Songs are a minute 30 or 2:30, and it's like, if it's warranted for them to be that short, make them that short. But y'all just removing so much of the juice from a song that it's like, what the fuck is this shit? And then you hear some people talk about, well, is there a longer like I've heard somebody ask, what was it, Adam Lambert? Oh, it's so Eat You Alive. Oh, is there a longer version? So no, that's the length of the song. So because y'all want us to you put it that short. So and I'm just using him as an example, but I think a lot of them work like this. Y'all just rehash, you want us to listen to the song over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So that way you can play with the algorithm. If a song is good, we're gonna listen to it. But I don't need like the constant. Oh, we got to do the Ariana. I mean, the whole. We got to play a thing 50 million times so that way you can get a cent. Well, if she retires, she's had a great career and she deserves it. She's been in the public eye for a long time. Did you like Cardi B's new single? I never thought I would say I liked it more than anything on the. Um, here's the thing, and I was going to save this for when I get to Nicki Minaj, but I'll probably do it again when I get there. Congratulations to Cardi. Cardi got another bop out. She did irritate me about one thing because people were sitting there talking about a line that she says in the song about, I'm paraphrasing, but like in so many ways that she's not trapped in a situation referring to the relationship with Stefan Diggs and getting pregnant and keeping the baby or whatever. So people thought that she was talking about abortion when that wasn't what she was talking about. It's the fact that, yeah, I got all these kids with two different men, but the reality is I got my own money. I could raise my kids without these bums that she keeps spreading her legs for, quiet as it's kept. And um I don't need to keep him around in order for them to have a father or whatever the case is. Like if you want to run off and have, I mean, here's the thing: she was pregnant while he was simultaneously knocking up other girls and having them, and they was all pregnant around the same time. So it was a little messy. A lot of Irish, what would we call it at this point? Because it was like six of them, so like six sex, an Irish sextuplet situation that was going on. Like you had all these different women pregnant with your kid around the same time. You were supposed to be in a relationship with Cardi, and she put up with a lot. And then all of this other stuff started coming out. So that's what she was saying. And then people was getting on her about it. And she goes and does a video. I'm like, why are you even responding to this? So it was like you knew when you say certain things to be controversial, people respond to it, then you get on online and respond. So it's algorithm hustling, in my opinion, of what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. You spark the drama. You named your last album, Am I the Drama? But to answer your question, I do like the song, and I want to give her congratulations to her because Watt went diamond. That's what I wanted to get to. That story came out this morning that Watt went diamond. So she and Megan Thee Stallion have a diamond single, and I believe this is her fourth single to go diamond. And here's the thing, Cardi, in my opinion, I like the fact that when she drops, like I feel like her when she drops individual songs, they work better than when she drops a full collective. Because Am I the Drama is not a bad album. It's a fun record. But when she drops like little singles here and there, I think she should start doing that until she's ready to release a new album. Well, maybe, I mean, who's checking for Max Martin anymore? Max Martin is a legend. He just sold his entire catalog, him and Shellback. So he and Shellback need to take a back seat and retire. Because nobody's really, I mean, yes, y'all are icons, but it's time to pass the baton to people who's really got that thing in them where they're still hungry. Some said Wannabe or the Spice Girls. I said Wannabe and Spice Up Your Life are complete songs. That's why it was super successful. If a song is meant to be short, you don't want to add stuff in there to make a song bigger than what it is. If it's meant to be what that is, and you want to trim the fat on something, that's great. But there's some people that literally, deliberately make stuff short just for attention or just so they can go viral on TikTok. Well, if I make it a little longer, TikTok's not going to push my song. I'm like, fuck TikTok. Who's still on TikTok? I got rid of that crap a long time ago, especially when you find out the Zionists that run it. But anyway, let me hit my banner. And I know it's like, damn, we 20 minutes in just about, and we haven't even gotten to a topic yet. So let's get to our first topic. And let's talk about some sad news. So over the weekend, it was funny because I was at work, I think about to work the Rush show or whatever the case was, and I was watching on the TV that Jamie Lynn Sigler, who played Meadow Soprano on The Sopranos, was doing the national anthem. Not even knowing the news that was going on about Vincent Pastore until I got home late at the night and started working on some topics, and come to find out that Vincent Pastore, who played the iconic Big Pussy, who was an FBI informant, a gangster turned FBI informant on the show, had passed away at 80. So the veteran actor was found unalive in his Bronx residence on August 1st by a neighbor. Pastore's manager had not heard from him for 3 days, according to a close friend. The actor's driver had spoken to him on the phone Friday night. The death is believed to be from natural causes and is not being investigated by a medical examiner. Well, child, I wish I had a damn driver to get me around from point A to point B. But and it's funny, he's lived in the Bronx all his life because he lived in the Bronx, and then he said he was born in the Bronx. And on July 14th, so he just had a birthday, 1946, Pastore fought in the Vietnam War before graduating from Pace University with a degree in drama. While working as a limo driver, he met Matt and Kevin Dillon, who went to see him in a community play he was doing, and the Entourage star Kevin helped him get his first break. After minor parts in the early 90s movies such as Goodfellas, Carlito's Way, and Men of Respect, Pastore rose to prominence with his roles in the 1995 feature The Jerky Boys, the movie, and the 1996 HBO TV movie Gotti, in which he appeared alongside future Sopranos co stars Tony Sirico, Frank Vincent, and Dominic Chianese. Now, it was David Chase's 1999 drama, The Sopranos, that gave Pastore his signature role, Big Pussy, Tony Soprano's longtime best friend and mob enforcer turned FBI informant whose murder became one of the Emmy-winning series' most memorable scenes. Pastore's extensive feature credits also include Mickey Blue Eyes, Two Family House, Riding in Cars with Boys, Witness to the Mob, Deuces Wild, Mafia, Serving Sarah, This Thing of Ours, Shark Tale, Bachelor Party Vegas, Once Upon a Time in Brooklyn, Money Train, A Brooklyn State of Mind, The Deli, Spinning Gold, and Guy Ritchie's Revolver. Now, in TV, he was a frequent guest star on Law and Order and had major roles on The Practice, Son of the Beach, Queen Supreme, Hawaii Five-O, Wu-Tang and American Saga, the daytime drama One Life to Live, and the miniseries The Last Dawn 2. He most recently was a series regular on Gravesend and guest starred on Yellow Jackets. Now, during the 2000s, Pastore was a figure in reality TV with appearances on Celebrity Apprentice, Celebrity Family Feud, Dancing with the Stars, Shark Tank, and Celebrity Fit Club. He also hosted the Wise Guys show on Sirius XM and performed with the band The Gangster Squad. They said, quote, Vincent was a great guy. He would help anyone that was very charitable. This is what Pastore's longtime manager, Bob McGowan, said. Now, he's survived by his daughter, Renee, son-in-law, and granddaughter. So Vincent had a pretty prominent career, even if you only knew him from, I mean, I would see him in popping up in things here and there. I remember when he was on One Life to Live and then he did like the reality show circuit and stuff. But yeah, everybody knows like his biggest part, his most memorable, iconic role was when he was on The Sopranos. But he always managed to keep a job. So that was always a great thing. And it's always sad and unfortunate when you get typecast, especially in um when you get typecast in situations like playing a mobster or whatever because you're Italian and you have a certain look and they want to pretty much typecast you. But if it's gonna pay the bills, then you do what you gotta do. Sometimes, I mean, there's not a lot of actors who could be a chameleon in a way where they could play all these different parts. A lot of times, unfortunately, Hollywood wants to lump you into something. And so if that's what they're gonna do, I'm gonna just make whatever I can, any way I can, and keep a job. So you got to do what you got to do when you're out here as an actor and hustling and stuff. So shout out to Vincent Pastore, condolences to the family and all that good stuff. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Vincent Pastore from The Sopranos? Where it's gotten now that he passed away over the weekend at the age of 80. So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Huh. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I was like, we talking about? Yeah, I'm like, I don't even listen to Spotify. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic. And let's talk about Spider-Man Brand New Day. So is anyone here surprised that Spider-Man Brand New Day pretty much obliterated the box office this weekend with their truly heroic ticket sales? So I remember when I went to go see the movie on Friday, which I told you I was going to go see the movie. When I walked into Lincoln Square, first of all, I got there too damn early. I thought the movie was going to start at 10 o'clock. Apparently it was 10:30. So I arrived a bit early. I went to go get concessions, went to the bathroom. Then I went into the theater that I was going to. Apparently the new Greg Araki movie, I Want Your Sex, was playing in that theater at the time, and it was a guy sitting in my seat. And I'm sitting there like the credits is rolling, and I'm like, "Why am I seeing Charlie XCX up on the screen?" It was I Want Your Sex. Didn't even realize that. So, and there was a guy sitting in my seat, and it's not computing that you walked into the theater a little too early. And I'm thinking, when this thing going on a little late? So apparently, I didn't read my ticket correctly. But nevertheless, when I walked into the lobby to go upstairs to where my theater was at, there was a lot of people in the lobby trying to buy tickets at the kiosk. I'm like, y'all don't do advanced ticket buys because if y'all trying to get a ticket with a good seat to go see Spider-Man Brand New Day on a Friday, good luck. I mean, I know there was a lot of theaters that was playing it, and I did hear this week that they will be showing Spider-Man in IMAX, and I think it's because it's doing really well. And yes, congratulations to um the Odyssey because I'm hearing that it's about to cross $1 billion, which we all knew that was going to happen because of how successful. I mean, I didn't think it was going to do that when it came out, but seeing like the numbers and everything and how it's going up, it's definitely going to cross that $1 billion mark. And Christopher Nolan's definitely got a huge hit on his hands. But with all that being said, I mean, now they want to take advantage of the whole IMAX screens. I want to go see the movie again, so I want to try to get a ticket in that theater. I just got to figure out, like, once they start releasing the tickets and stuff, that I can get a ticket for that because I know, like, they're going to be sharing the theater with uh the Odyssey because I've heard like the Odyssey is going to be like IMAX is sold out until like what September or whatever the case is, so it's going to be there for a minute. But they want to get some of those those IMAX screenings for Brand New Day. But anyway, but I will say this. I enjoyed the movie. It was a great film. There were some questions and stuff I was wondering in regards to the movie. I'll get to that in a minute, but let's get through the numbers. So yeah, it received quite the friendly welcome in its opening weekend as Sony Pictures superhero feature starring Tom Holland and Zendaya got off to a spectacular start at the box office. The movie scored to a head spinning 355 million from 4,487 North American screens to land as the second biggest domestic launch ever. Analysts have been holding their collective breath all weekend in a photo finish between Spidey and Avengers Endgame, as the latter's 357.1 million opening from April 2019 ultimately hung on to retain its title as the number one of all time domestic opening frame. Hold on, because I just realized I ain't put the picture up. But okay, so they said that said, the situation could still shift if Brand New Day overperforms beyond the 84 million that the studio is projecting for Sunday. Globally, it adds 572 million from 66 international markets for a worldwide opening sum of 927 million. This stands as the second best global launch behind the only earth-shattering 1.2 billion start for Endgame. Spider-Man Brand New Day created a slew of brand new records throughout the weekend, giving Sony its best opening ever. The movie's historic 72 million from domestic Thursday previews topped the previous best of 60 million in previews for Endgame. Brand New Day also set the record for the top opening Friday domestic sum with 168 million, surpassing Avengers Endgame's 156.7 million. Brand New Day took in 101.5 million on Saturday for its second biggest tally ever on that day of the week. So, according to Sony Pictures chief Tom Rothman, this is what they told the Hollywood Reporter. They said, to be truly honest, it feels fantastic. As for what worked, he said, you just got to make a really, really great film. You don't say. Now, there are other more mechanical factors. There hasn't been one in 5 years, so scarcity has value. The audience is very, very connected with this character. It is a very relatable story. No matter how old or how young you are, everybody wants connection in the world. Everybody needs friends, and that's what the movie is about. Yes, that's exactly what the movie is about. Because remember, in the last one, to protect um his best friend, well, to protect oh my god, what was her name, MJ, and um Jacob. I can't, why am I forgetting his damn name, his best friend, to protect them from all the stuff that's going on, whatever. He has their memories wiped and all that other stuff, so then he goes all being alone by himself, which he's definitely lonely. And then one of the things I loved about the conversation between him and the Punisher, Spider-Man and the Punisher, well, Peter and Frank, where they were having a conversation, is the fact that he's sitting there telling him like, "Oh, I'm like you. I'm a loner." So he's like, "No, that's not. You're not like me. It's like I'm. This is a prison. This is a punishment for me because of what he had to go through with him losing his family and all that other stuff, and the fact that he's choosing to punish himself because he could not save his family." Peter has the opportunity to still have friends and all this other stuff. And the crazy part is because with social media, we a lot of people tend to do this. When you've cut people out of your life, you low key sit up there following them on social media and watching what they're doing and all that other stuff. So, oh, Ned. I don't know why it didn't come to my head, but so he's following Ned on social media and seeing his what he's got going on with his life, and you getting glimpses of MJ in his videos because they're roommates, and and so there's that dynamic while he's going off saving the world and engulfing himself into what's going on and trying to bombard himself with work to distract himself from not having those friends or whatever the case is, and then realizing his body's changing and all this other craziness is happening, and trying and just embracing the Spider-Man and the human side. So I liked all those dynamics, but one of the things that confused me is at the end when do we need to keep a secret anymore who Sadie Sink is? I mean, I think everybody pretty much knew she was playing Jean Elaine Gray from basically the moment she was cast. Red hair, her features, people like, oh, she's Jean Grey. So it was like the world's worst kept secret within the MCU. And seeing the fact that she kind of was the villain, but not really. So do we call her an anti-hero? Like she was just hell bent on revenge because of what had happened to her sister and that sort of thing, and what the organization what they did to her sister, whatever, and they were trying to basically get to her, and she was the more powerful sister and all that other stuff. So, or Jean being the most powerful. I was like, we getting Dark Phoenix in this movie? We ain't get that yet. It's a little early. Maybe we'll get a proper Dark Phoenix down the road. Because so far, the Dark Phoenixes we've gotten in 2 iterations, not good at all. So I'm hoping like once the X-Men franchise kicks off officially, that we will get a properly done Dark Phoenix storyline, because I feel like that her character hasn't been done justice. But being that Sadie Sink is such a good actress, I definitely think that she'd be the girl to pull that off. Now, one of the questions I had at the end was when Peter actually goes up to Ned in the what was that in the little food spot that he always goes to pick up flowers for Aunt May and all that other stuff, and kind of introduce him as like, oh yeah, you're the guy who came to the housewarming party and all this other stuff. And then he kind of just goes over. They do their little signature handshake, and it becomes like instinct. So I thought the whole time that was in an instinct move between like Ned all of a sudden was doing a handshake and it just became like muscle memory, whatever. But apparently, from what the people are debating online, is that as a gift, Sadie Sink kind of broke that spell. Well, Jean broke the spell, and Peter got his friends back. So I think they did explain the ending on the other media conglomerates, but I didn't read it. So I'm wondering if that was the situation in regards to that. But yeah, the story was, I think it was, the action was excellent. Destin Cretton, I think, did a phenomenal job. You could definitely see some of the Shang-Chi isms in there, like especially during the fight sequence between the Hand and um Spider-Man. That fight scene was everything. I was like, yeah, Destin giving us some of that Shang-Chi martial arts, and the way how they all like formulate and how just their connection, the instant connection, how they fight. It was just a great fight sequence. Everything about the movie I thought was good. I have no, and then some parts I did get a little emotional. I thought Tom Holland did a phenomenal job. I feel like this is the first movie where we finally got a fully realized Tom Holland playing the part. I feel like this is the first fully realized Spider-Man movie we've gotten in a long time. Like, he was great as Peter Parker and he was great as Spider-Man. Usually with the other guys, when we had Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, I always thought you got a good one or the other. Like they weren't fully fleshed out, fully realized where both sides we were getting equally, and I was pretty much happy with it. I feel like in this film I got everything I needed from it. Although some of I wanted more Kingpin. Maybe he'll pop up down the road. But then again, I'm kind of sick of Kingpin because I feel like Kingpin has been done to death on um Daredevil. Kind of annoys me with the whole Kingpin, how they doing that whole situation over there. I'm sick of Vincent D'Onofrio. We need to move on from him. But like the Kingpin, even though he was in the damn movie for like 2 seconds, but I did like that montage. And then we got Scorpion. He was in there for like 2 seconds. So overall it's a good film. If you have not seen it yet, definitely go check it out. We got a couple of cute little scenes of Tom Holland with no clothes on. I'm like, okay, he got body. Look, we can say that the man is 30 years old and he's married. So there's that. So I want to go down, and I don't want to spend any more time on all these damn numbers or whatever. I want to see what they say about all the other films that came out. Okay, so it says also opening in wide release over the weekend was filmmaker Greg Araki's I Want Your Sex, because we did talk about that a little bit. Excuse me. Starring Olivia Wilde and Cooper Hoffman. Now, Magnolia Pictures released the comedic thriller in 700 North American theaters after acquiring the movie in a reported seven-figure deal following its Sundance premiere. I Want Your Sex debuted with $600,000 for eighth place, delivering an average of $857 per screen. I wonder what the budget for that movie was, but I'm sure it's probably not a lot. Now, after landing the box office for the two previous weekends, Universal's The Odyssey traveled to second place with 51 million and a domestic total of 395 million. And what's likely a wise move, studios avoided releasing any titles last weekend to not risk falling between the imposing openings for Christopher Nolan's mythological epic and Brand New Day. Now, on Sunday, Universal crossed the 4 billion mark for the 2026 box office, becoming the first studio this year to achieve the feat after Disney was the first to reach $3 billion. Now, landing in third place was Pixar's Toy Story 5, earning around 6.2 million to bring its domestic haul to 461 million. Fellow animated title Minions and Monsters collected 5.8 million to bring the Illumination movie's domestic sum to 168.4 million. Now, closing out the top five was Disney's live action Moana. The Dwayne Johnson led remake scooped up 5.3 million for a domestic total of 114.8 million. So congratulations, I guess, to all the movies that came out this weekend. And yeah, so at the global box office, it's so far grossed 127 worldwide. Spider-Man Brand New Day is doing gangbusters. People are living and eating up this film. And also, last but certainly not least, now that we were talking about the whole X-Men thing, and now that we all know that Sadie Sink is Jean Grey, and they're gonna be pushing her off into the other films, hence probably why they didn't even bring Famke Janssen, according to the reports, into Avengers Doomsday. We got Scott Summers, but who knows, maybe in a different multiverse, they will figure out. Well, I did hear that Sadie Sink is supposed to be in Secret Wars. I did hear that. So we'll see how that turns out to be true once that movie is released. But I mean, so we don't so far we only know of, based off of the report, or based off from seeing the movie, that Sadie Sink is playing Jean Grey, hence why they didn't really give away, they didn't do an X-Men panel or whatever at Comic-Con. We figured that was the reason why they didn't do that. But what we do is we have I guess we could say, an official casting for Emma Frost, because according to reports, Samara Weaving has been cast as Emma Frost. I remember I was hearing Sydney Sweeney and the Breasts was supposed to be playing her. There was a bunch of women that was up for the role of Emma Frost, but it looks like Samara Weaving, who a lot of people say is like the Timu equivalent of Margot Robbie. That is not, I mean, it's no shade to her. I do like Samara Weaving. She is kind of like the girl that's been out here developing herself as a scream queen of sorts, because she's been in a lot of horror films as of late. Of course, the Ready or Not franchise, she was the first kill in Scream 6. She's been Ready or Not 2. And then she did a movie called Azrael, which was really good. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but it's out there on one of the hard. I don't know. It might be on Tubi, might be on Shutter. It's on the hard. Like, just look it up if you haven't seen it. It's a good film. It might be, if I'm not mistaken, on Prime Video, or it might be on Hulu. It might be on all of them. Quiet as it's kept, because you know how like some streamer services like to have the same movie on multiple platforms. So if you ever look that up, definitely check out Azrael. She was good in that film. So that like maybe a year ago. But yeah. So the word on the street is she is our Emma Frost. And this is from Deadline. So it says sources tell Deadline that Samara Weaving is the choice to play Emma Frost in the upcoming X-Men movie, after meeting with a number of candidates. Director Jake Schreier and Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige landed on Weaving earlier this week to tackle the role. Now, I should say Marvel has no comment on the casting, and they said that while James Bond has had everyone's attention this summer, the most active casting process has been who will play the new team of mutants. While Schreier and Marvel execs have been meeting and auditioning actors for a number of roles, with the Frost character appearing to elicit the most thorough search among the new cast. The final list of actors tested for the role right after July 4th. At the end of the day, Weaving's audition was too hard to beat. Now, for those who are not familiar, Frost is a telepathic mutant who first showed up in X-Men comics in the 80s and has evolved over the years, going from supervillain to a key member of the X-Men. On the film side, she most recently was played by January Jones, whatever happened to her, in 2011's X-Men First Class. And so yeah, we don't have an official list of the cast. I did hear that Indy Navarrete, who you know played Nikki in Obsession, recently also admitted that she had a meeting with the MCU, and that she won't specify which role she went up for. But word on the street is she wants to play. I was like, damn, I thought I had it in here still, but I don't. Because I believe I took a thing of the I was looking for like the cast of characters that they were talking about would be in X-Men, but I've heard rumors that Charles Melton might be up for, and there was a bunch of other actors. Indy Navarrete wants to play Mystique. I like Indy Navarrete. I would like to see her somewhere in the franchise, but if there's a part for her. But as far as like Mystique, I've always championed for Hunter Schafer to play Mystique because she kind of has like that physicality. I feel like that could pull that off. Now you got to be able to do some of the crazy fight sequences, or you could just bring a stunt person in, whatever. But I don't know. I've always thought Hunter Schafer would make a good Mystique. I don't know about Indy. I mean, maybe she'll crush the role. I don't know. I haven't seen her audition, but I would like to see. Um, as I stated, I would like to see Hunter Schafer as her. Now, as far as like any of the other characters, I don't even know which members of the X-Men they're even going to be bringing in this film. So we'll just have to wait and see when that comes out. Hopefully, we'll find that information out once D23 rolls around. Now that Sadie Sink has been revealed, and I will say this: I was surprised that people were surprised to find out that Sadie Sink was Jean Grey, because when they went and revealed who she was in a specific scene, people gasped. I'm like, were people really shocked? But then again, I keep forgetting the type of bubble that I'm in. I'm aware of what's going on. Everybody ain't paying attention to all the stuff that's online and the discourses and all that other stuff. So people aren't aware of what's going on. So sometimes I had to remind myself, like, look, everybody ain't gonna be up privy to the information that I'm privy to. So because the major trades are announcing this, congratulations to Spider-Man and all the success that they're having. It's well deserved. It's a great film. If you haven't seen it, definitely go out and see it. Congratulations to Tamar Weaving for nabbing this role. This is probably the biggest role of her career that she's gonna have. I mean, she's done a lot of great things prior, but this is a good role for her, especially being a part of an X-Men franchise. But I'm hoping that we get the team regarding this either at D23, but if not, New York Comic Con, because that's coming up later in the year. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of all of this that I just talked about, Spider-Man Brand New Day and the numbers that they accumulated at the box office, as well as this news regarding Samara Weaving officially cast. Well, there's two cast members we have officially that are part of the whole X-Men franchise. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I woke up this morning at 3 a.m. and couldn't go back to sleep. So I visited the Bay and watched Brand New Day. My taste in film has evolved since No Way Home, but I did very much enjoy it. Oh, so you actually watched the bootleg? Here's the thing. There was people talking about that the whole movie leaked on Twitter. So Elon has this issue where he's either, and I think everything he do was intentional, where he intentionally leaking stuff on his thing because he put Citizen Vigilante up the whole movie. I think there was another movie they made. Oh, The Odyssey got leaked on Twitter when it first came out, and Brand New Day was up there before they took it off. I will say this after watching Charlie's Lollapalooza set, stay in the rock field because now I'm more excited to see her live. I think she definitely needs to, if you want to run around, I definitely think she needs to take the approach of live instruments, a band, mixing electronic music with rock music, because she can pretty much run around and have that whole that works for her. Because if you don't want to do the bells and the whistles and the background dancers, all this stuff, you can, do that. I think it would be a thing. Oh yeah. Let me tell you, if the opportunity ever presented itself, um, with me and John Bernthal in a room together, like we're gonna have some. Like I will let him slam me up against the wall. That is a sexy ass man. Let me tell you. Um, John Bernthal can get it. I've always had a thing for him since he was on The Walking Dead. But you said I really hope he returns in Doomsday. Jean Grey was also a great introduction to X-Men. I have to applaud the unique perspective on social isolation regarding Spidey. Yeah, it definitely felt relatable. So I definitely think the reason why this movie's doing so well, it definitely fits like the capturing the commentary of what's going on in the world today, specifically like why people resonated so much with um obsession and things like that. So if you could take things that are really relatable to people and put it in a superhero situation, I definitely think those go over better. So if you can ground it in reality, but of course you got your bells and whistles and special effects and all the stuff, that stuff works. I love seeing my girl from oh my god, what's the name of that show with Jeremy Allen White, the chef show? She's on the show. She was playing a cop. I like her too. I want to see her more stuff. Like a nutter, as the British say, and she remixed her dance songs as rock songs. So she finally found a genre that meets her "I don't give a f" attitude, and the most in winning the approval of Courtney Love. Who, yeah, Courtney Love was like the lineup for Lollapalooza was really good because I think Courtney played it back in the day. Also, there was a couple of things I got to watch on the Lollapalooza thing because there was a couple of performances. And shout out to the Lollapalooza people for uploading some of the sets on y'all situation for us to watch. Who actually missed it. Here's a hint, Coachella. So Coachella needs to do that too, but they don't. They'll put clips and things of songs, but they won't release the whole set. And I'm like, this is stupid. So Coachella pisses me off with that. Like you either gotta catch it when it's on or you gonna miss it. Lollapalooza posted a whole set. They put up Charlie's whole set. I forget who else they put up there, but I also saw they put up Rebecca Black's DJ set too. Which sidebar, Rebecca Black got a new album coming out I think next month because we're in August, right? Yeah, September, which I'm actually looking forward to. So yeah, I like the fact that we're getting like it's kind of going back like the current pop stars are getting a little messy and they're a little rough around the edges. They're still, they give rough around the edges, but they're still a little polished. It's like y'all, it's okay for y'all to And then I saw Tate McRae put out an interview with Variety where she mentioned the whole Morgan Wallen thing and people calling her MAGA. I'm like, can you be MAGA and from Canada? Jean Grey was definitely the big villain of this movie, but came out as the anti-hero in the end. The post-credit scene excites me and makes me want to watch Doomsday, even if the teaser was foolishness. Yeah, not the teaser was foolishness. Yeah, because at the end, I didn't even stay for it, but a friend of mine told me what the end was about. It was like with Ned having that little Spidey tracker or whatever the case was. I mean, I think at that point, it's probably going to track other superheroes as well. So, yeah, I didn't stick around for it because I was like, I was ready to go. I was sitting on having to pee for the longest because that was a long movie. Not that I was complaining about the length, but I should have went to the bathroom before the movie started, like during the coming attraction. Because one thing I hate, and can y'all please cut this down? But I don't think that it's gonna happen. Too many commercials, too many ads. Like, why is it 30 commercials before, like trailers before I see the movie? I started getting teary eyed when Peter and the real MJ reunited and they had that "You Love Me, But I Don't Love You" scene. I gagged when I found out the song they played in the credits was by, yeah, he the one that y'all already know the tea that happened about Steve Lacy. So apparently on the red carpet, while promoting the movie, they were like, "So which character are you excited to see in this new movie?" I'm happy to see Jean. Like he said, Jean Grey. He spoiled it. People got to see the movie, and they had to remind him, like, "Oh, I think you just revealed the spoiler." But then again, some people like, "Is it really a spoiler though?" If we all kind of knew, as like, look, when you're in that social media space, yeah, you're pretty much privy. But like I said, everybody is not tuned into what's going on social media like we are. I thought Steve Lacy was fired by Kevin for leaking the information. I mean, what could you fire him from? He had a song on the album. So, you know, but who's refusing to give on Tubi, there's an insane horror film called Simon Says. You know the rules. One scene is controversial to where the one doing the game itself says unalive yourself. Isn't that like an old movie or something or another? Updated box office is 360 million, making it the biggest weekend opening in the US, but still second globally to Endgame. All right. Well, thank you, Raphael, aka Cleveland Legends. You did exactly what Simon says. You said, okay. I watched Saltburn because it leaked on Twitter back when it was released. I'm not a cinephile, and movies, TV are rarely in my rotation, but if I can watch it for free, how dare you? You're out here not paying to watch stuff. Shame. Where's my bell? Shame. Like, well, Game of Thrones. No, I'm just playing. Listen, look, I didn't make it, so I don't care. For once, I'm actually paying attention to the movie topics on your show. Well, actually, should I be flattered? You talk about for once I'm actually paying attention. Because I know that's not your bag. They also had Jade full set upload. Oh, she was there too? Now that I'm talking about it, I'm sure it'll show up in the algorithm and all those videos will pop up. The bootleg I watched cut off before the post credit scene, but there's a bunch of uploads of it on. Yeah, that always leaks too. When people talk about the ending explain or they put the ending up and all that mess. So yeah, they do that. Are you talking about tired ass MAGA Minaj? Because all she do is use Chucky. It's like, girl, shut up with the whole Chucky thing. Like, it's tired. It's dry, kind of like your vagina. But anyway, speaking of vaginas, let's talk about pussy ass Marvel and the fact that they keep playing in Mahershala Ali face. So Mahershala Ali has finally addressed the drama surrounding Blade, the big elephant in the room. Like, how is it that we damn near waiting a decade for a Blade movie, and y'all just got Mahershala Ali, sitting on pins and needles, waiting for this damn movie to get released? And Mahershala's like, look. This is MCU. This is up to if they want to do the movie, they would have did the movie. Like, stop asking me about it. I'm ready to move on. So, shout out to Variety for this story. Now, as most Marvel fans know by now, Mahershala Ali was announced a star in a Blade movie during a flashy surprise Comic-Con appearance in 2019, but the movie didn't get made. The two-time Oscar winner, I should say again, never appeared in live action as the popular vampire hunting anti-hero, despite Marvel Studios hiring director Bassam Tariq and later Yann Demange to helm the film. Now, after production stalled out, Ali and Tariq have teamed up in the wake of the failed Marvel movie to make this fall's Amazon MGM action film, Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother. Now, that's funny. That's the name of the film. If the actor and director hadn't been brought together for Blade, their new movie wouldn't have been made. When I look at this and Blade, I couldn't have done both. And the reason this even exists is because the project fell apart and Bassam had the time, space, energy, and focus to go and write this and then reapproach me, Ali told GQ. And I was able to use those skills that I had been working on for over a year training for Blade. In that way, I feel creatively redeemed for some level, on some level, but just in my own journey between me, myself, and I. Now, before we get to that, so now they've done this movie. I'm wondering if the MCU will look at it and be like, you know what? Let's get this Blade ball rolling. Because remember, at one point, the costume designer, damn, I forgot her name, the one that worked on Black Panther. And later she also worked on Ruth Martin, I think is her last name. Um she worked on Sinners. So a lot of the costuming and all that other stuff that came from Blade was transitioned over into Sinners. I ain't saying all of it, but a lot of it because they said that there was going to be a story that took place in the 1930s. I'm wondering if now when you talk about the 1930s and I'm thinking Sinners and all that stuff, do y'all think there was going to be sort of like some slavery tint? Like, you know how it was back in the 1930s in the cotton fields and all that stuff, and probably saying like there was something that was within that whole vicinity of Blade and vampires and um maybe some of the ideas of that kind of trickled into what Ryan Coogler was doing with Sinners. So it kind of made me wonder if that was maybe like something that was going to be familiar. I don't know as much how far they're going to get going with that. I would like, who I would also love to hear from? I would love to hear from Bo DeMeo because at one point he was working on it, and I think he's insinuated some things about what this was about, but I don't think he fully gave us a lot of tea regarding the whole Blade thing because I don't understand how it's hard for them to get this story off the ground. There's a couple of comic books out there that y'all can get source material from. Also, Dave Goyer, who wrote 3 Blade movies. Yes, we know that Blade Trinity was ass, but for the most part, the 2 good ones, the first one and Blade 2, because yeah, it was called Blade 2, he wrote the scripts on those. So why not have Dave Goyer come in, pitch some ideas, and help you with this thing. If they want, so I agree with Mahershala. If they wanted this movie to happen, it would have happened. Because now he's like in his what, mid 50s. Physically, he looks good. On the outside, black don't crack. But when you think about it, how much of the physicality after a while you going to be able to keep up doing whatever type of rigorous training it takes to play Blade? At this point, you now got to go younger. But the question remains, is there a young black actor out there who could pull off playing Blade in this day and age? I would have said pick Michael B. Jordan, but at this point, we've already seen Michael B. Jordan in so many things. I do think it's time to give some other black actors an opportunity. But I will say this, I am looking forward to that Thomas Crown Affair movie. So then, of course, you already know Kevin Feige gave some BS excuse, a damn nothing burger, about how I'm so disappointed that the movie didn't get made. Sir, you are in charge of getting a lot of the stuff at the MCU made. How are you having a whole problem trying to get this movie off the ground? But anything else, it's not an issue. Then he said, I'm feeling like a gigantic loser and failure that we didn't get off the ground with Mahershala. This is what he said on Happy Sad Confused last week. We didn't want to simply just put out a leather simply put a leather outfit on him and have him start killing vampires. It had to be unique. It fell into the same when we started pulling back and saying only accept insanely great, and it wasn't insanely great at the time. We didn't feel like, as we often do, you can have a good script and make it a great script through production. We didn't feel confident that we could do that on Blade, and we didn't want to do that to Mahershala, and we didn't want to do that to us. So Ali said that he's happy starring that in Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother instead of Blade. He said, when I look at it, at what is for me, it was either this or that, and I'll take this. No offense to them. I've been doing this professionally for pushing 30 years now. And one thing I've learned is that what is for you, and what is not. I've always said that, like when it comes to anything in life, whether it's acting, whatever. If it's meant for you, it's meant for you. If it's not meant for you, okay, well, no skin on my nose. I'm not gonna sit and sweat, the crazy stuff. So he said, so I had to move on, and I moved on. Again, you had me under contract. They have billions of dollars. If they wanted to do the movie, we would have done the movie. So we're not doing the movie. And so, yeah, now you're announcing Ghost Rider. You've announced Black Panther 3. You brought a bunch of actors out yet again for Avengers Doomsday. Didn't give much of anything, just some lame ass Ryan Reynolds begging to be in a damn Avengers movie, and the banter with him and Robert Downey Jr. just wasn't working. So it was just a lame ass nothing burger. But here's the thing: the one thing I like about this, and then we'll get into the other stuff. Apparently, the fans have spoken, and the fans have pointed out the fact that Marvel doesn't, like George W. Bush, don't care about black people, according to Kanye back when he had some damn sense. Marvel don't care about black people either. So one person posted Wonder Man season 2 canceled. We'll get into that in a second. Blade, 7 years of development hell. Black Captain America, sideline. Yeah, because he definitely wasn't a key player in his own damn movie, and that script was a mess. Armor Wars. Totally forgot about Armor Wars, and that was possibly happening. Black lead being swapped out for new Iron Man movie. Wait, it said ION Man movie. Was that a misprint? Then they said Moon Girl. I didn't even know there was a Moon Girl movie. Canceled, or Moon Girl show. Monica Rambeau, where the WTF is she? Another person posted, Blade canceled, Wonder Man canceled, Monica is MIA, Ironheart was barely marketed, Armor Wars is dead, Cap 4 was sabotaged by the studio, Sam is sidelined for Steve in Doomsday. Another person posted, Marvel continuously disrespects Black characters and Black actors. This is incredibly foul, and I'm absolutely calling foul play on wasting an Oscar-winning actor's time. Can't make Blade movie, but can make sure a Thunderbolts movie is made. Nah. Yeah, because I will say this. I enjoyed Thunderbolts. It was entertaining. But I will say this, Thunderbolts is not something that I watched multiple times. And I feel like if y'all wanted to make a Blade movie, y'all could have made a Blade movie. But I think the problem with the MCU is that y'all always want to connect everything within the universe that you're connected. Y'all, they don't know how to make one-offs. Everything has to be connected some way to something that's already existed or currently existing. So they couldn't figure out, in my opinion, how to make vampires work in the world of the MCU in which we see it today. I feel like y'all could have probably did that connective tissue from Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. When y'all was doing something like that, y'all could have probably juxtaposed some way of introducing vampires in that context, but they didn't. They decided to have Sam Raimi make an Evil Dead version of Doctor Strange. That's basically what y'all did with that movie. And word on the street is they are bringing back Wanda. So she might be coming back in one of the Avengers movies. I think the new one that's coming out, that they said that she might make an appearance or something or another. So I definitely agree with them on this. I feel like y'all be playing in the face of Black people. Y'all really don't understand how to write Black characters, or maybe what it is because in this day and age of wokeism and DEI and all this other foolishness, this moronic ass regime has been putting out here as a scare tactic and a fear tactic to a lot of the general audience. Maybe there were going to be topics of discrimination and the you know, Black people being persecuted, and a lot of that like real showing of a strong Black character in a film was going to rub white people the wrong way. But I feel like it's only going to rub the races the wrong way. If you're not about that life, then why would you be offended? And if and it seemed like the MCU was just trying to shy away from everything that's going on right now. So y'all kind of just been, oh, we don't want to really get up in there and rock the boat with the general audience because we would just want to make money. And so far, the only MCU, I mean, it's MCU adjacent because they own this part that, Sony is renting it out to Marvel and all other stuff. They've got a big hit out right now with Spider-Man Brand New Day. And they're expecting to have a big hit when Doomsday comes out. So um, I don't know what to tell you, but I definitely sense like if it was a Blade thing, if it didn't work for just this film, I could be with that. Like, okay, it's just they couldn't figure out how to make it work or whatever. But I know it's got to be frustrating for Mahershala. But when you look at all the other stuff that I mentioned, well, we got Wonder Man that's going to be coming up with the cancellation of that, and Monica Rambeau, where is she, and the way y'all handle Ironheart and so many other things. Y'all think that Black Panther supposed to be only Black representation? Like that's supposed to be enough? Because we can't multitask. According to y'all, one superhero is enough to represent the entire community. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm looking forward to Black Panther. This is no shade to um Ryan Coogler, but it's just unfortunate how this all worked out. So I feel for you, Mahershala. Hopefully, in my lifetime, before I leave this earth, we can get we can get a really good Blade movie. But then this makes me wonder: is this a situation similar to Brandon Lee and The Crow? They have tried so many times to make Crow sequels. Every last one of them sucked. Reboot the franchise until they finally settled on Bill Skarsgård. And when that movie came out, it flopped. Although I heard he wasn't bad in it. But the movie got totaled, like raked over the coals. And so it makes me wonder, is it like, so at this point, do we like, is Blade just a like, is Wesley Snipes the only person that can play Blade and we just can't touch the source material? Or is it an opportunity, like, yeah, just make a different version of a film that, of a guy killing vampires? Or something like that. I don't know. Or do people even want a Midnight Suns situation? But then again, it might be hard because people don't even know who the Midnight Suns are. So, got a lot of questions. So, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. All right, let's see what y'all are saying in the comments. Hopefully, it is on topic. and not just a bunch of, off button topics. But anyway, I desperately want a Punisher solo film, but the era of just giving anyone at Marvel a solo film is seemingly over, and it doesn't look like they'll be chucking out any Disney Plus shows. Yeah, they're trying to do, I've heard them say they want quality over quantity, which I definitely think needs to happen, especially with Bob Chapek over there. Like now that he's gone, they want to zhuzh things down. But the question remains: if you don't put out stuff over on Disney Plus, what is the point of having Disney Plus? Because you're not going to have a lot of original content over there. Because Disney and Hulu's all a part of each other. So I guess what by having it, see, this is why I say everybody don't need a damn streaming service. Everybody want to come in and try to compete with Netflix and have their own little streaming services. And that's why people do churning. But when you look at it, Disney Plus don't really have much on there. Like I have Disney Plus, I barely watch it. Today I started cutting down on stuff. I literally just canceled my Peacock. I need to cancel Philo too. That's like $25 a month. Um, I canceled my Peacock because Peacock is now officially going to be part of um the YouTube premium thing. I looked on it today, so I had that added. Hopefully, I'm not paying two different prices because if I am, I'm gonna be upset. Because I'm like, y'all, that's all supposed to be consolidated. I should not be paying two different prices because I do have YouTube Premium. But to answer your question, I definitely would love a Punisher solo film. I was saying that on my page that I hope we get that because John Bernthal is a good actor. I love him as the Punisher. I definitely think that he needs his own film and not that little 40-minute thing that y'all did with one off that y'all just did with him on Disney Plus. We need him in his own solo 2-hour movie. Hard R, a lot of cool action sequences, grounded. That's that whole vibe. Maybe we could bring Destin Crenton to come in and direct it. It looks like because I love that fight sequence between. Oh, I forgot to bring up the Hulk and Spider Man. I love that fight sequence between them, and then the shot of Spider Man dragging Frank as he's shooting the gun in slow mo at the Hulk. That was a good shot too. It looks like the closest to Mahershala as Blade we're gonna get is what we saw in Marvel Zombies. And I'm curious to see what this Your Mother movie is because I didn't even know about it. It sounds like if Sinners was the Blade. It sounds like if Sinners was the Blade movie in my Prince Shady voice, could the subject matter hurt people with what is being true given the political climate we're at? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I think because I did hear that it was going to take place in the 30s, that some of the costumes that they used for Blade was kind of like a source of inspiration where it trickled over into Sinners. So I'm wondering if they were going to touch on some hot button issues regarding slavery and maybe some discrimination that Eric went through being a black man in America at a certain time. I don't know what they were going to, if the movie, if it was going to take place in the 30s, maybe that subject matter, they were like, oh, we don't want to kind of touch that. It's a little too political and white people are going to get all mad or whatever. And it's like, stop worrying about what other people think. If you got a good story and a good topic and a good thing you want to focus on, tell that story. If the racists want to get mad, then stop being fucking racist. But y'all just want to, a lot of these studios, they're a bunch of damn pussies. All they want to do is just make a lot of the money and go about their business. They don't want to shake, they don't want to shake the table. I'm not saying you got to shake the table for controversy's sake, but if there's a story there that needs to be told and it's rooted within that situation, tell your story. I always thought I Wonder Man because that was the show that was filmed during the writer's strike, which Hassan protested at the studio. Kind of glad it flopped and took years to get on streaming. Well, I thought people liked that show. I'm gonna be honest. I never watched Wonder Man. I know people that did, but yeah, we'll get into that story in a minute. So for the first time in the 68-year history, the entire Hot 100 top 5 is all country music. For now, enjoy it while you can. We can't keep depending on white creators to tell black stories. That's another one too. I mean, we had black people working on the story for Blade, but it kept getting rejected. Peacock is on YouTube now. I just got AMC Plus. Should I subscribe to that? I was thinking about doing it because they have they got all the Vampire Lestat stuff on there, and I didn't even watch the new season yet with Akasha. So I want that. Then there was another show called oh my god, what is the name of that show? It's like Gangs of London, which is a good show because it was done by Gareth Evans. I saw the first 2 seasons. I think it was on Netflix. And then season 3, I've been waiting forever to watch it, but the only way you can watch it is on AMC Plus. You said AMC Plus gets me Shudder, BBC America, and Sundance Now for $10 a month. Because I was wondering, I was like, should I get well, I already have Shudder, so I mean I don't want to be able to have Shudder twice. Because I'm like, look, I ain't trying to pay. What I don't understand is why Shudder and AMC Plus aren't like melded together. They have the same type of content on there. So especially like when it comes to Shudder, I feel like all the Walking Dead stuff should be on there because it's horror based. I don't understand why it's two separate things. I agree with you though. There is something about Bernthal that makes one say, yeah, it's definitely like that's why I say it's something about that man. I know he be having some old nasty sex. He looked like he just be into some freaky shit. And he said, country music meant for people of the lowest common exactly. For the lowest common denominator, because with Morgan Wallen, it was like low hanging fruit country music. Top of the charts, and that's why the indie underground pop scene is popping off. Same goes for underground hip hop and indie rock. Yeah, it's like everything is cyclical. What's old is new again. I just want Hollywood all these anti-DEI from the regime is an executive order that doesn't mean it's law. And we know that. A lot of people don't. Sebastian Stan as a dad, after all these years, I thought, I mean, Henry Cavill got a kid too. That's all I'm gonna say on that. But look, there's a lot of homosexuals. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. There's a lot of homosexuals out here with children. I know a lot of gay men with kids. So the whole beard situation, all this stuff, that don't mean anything. But yeah, I remember hearing something about Sebastian's girlfriend being pregnant. Black love is in the building. Anyway, y'all, let's get back into the show. And speaking of Wonder Man, let's talk about Wonder Man. So Wonder Man, there's been some stuff going on with them. The showrunner has, because there was a story that came out that the show was canceled. Showrunner by the name of Andrew Guest. He basically has come out and addressed the show's cancellation. Revealing how much work he put into season 2, what he knows about why the plug was pulled, and a whole lot more. So instead of me sitting here telling y'all, so here's the co-creator, I should say, by the way, and showrunner shared a video on TikTok intended to clear up some of the speculation around Marvel's decision to unrenew the Disney Plus series for a second season after they greenlit the show for an upcoming season. So I do have, hold on a second, I got to refresh it because I don't know, and I'm glad so far it's not happening, but for some reason, I think it's because it rained in New York. It was raining hard too. My internet kept going in and out, and I was like, please don't do this while I'm doing the show because we got a long show to do today. So I'm gonna pull up the clip. Now, damn, it's been so long. Been so long. Baby. Wait, hold on. How am I forgetting how to do my own? Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh my gosh. How am I forgetting? Okay. How am I forgetting how to do my own? Literally, I forgot. How do I pull up clips? Like all of a sudden, I'm forgetting how to work the buttons in here. Okay, relax, 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 relax. I have literally forgotten the like. Oh, now I remember. I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I wilding right now? It's like literally, I totally forgot how to pull up. Oh, this is a mess. But anyway, we're gonna play this clip. We're gonna go over to his TikTok, and we're gonna come back and talk.
Just want to say I've been listening. I appreciate you all. I feel how you all feel, and I just want to clear up what I can here. This is not a marketing stunt. There is no movie in the works, and Destin's schedule and no one's schedule was an issue. Yaya, Destin, Sir Ben, and I all loved making this show, all felt passionately about continuing to do it, and were eager to. Contracts were signed, schedules were cleared. The writer's room was supposed to start this month. The production was supposed to begin early next year. And there was a decision made internally between Disney and Marvel that this didn't make sense for them, even though a few months ago it did. And that's essentially all I really know. Numbers aren't really shared with me. And even though the writer's room hadn't started, I had written the first episode of season 2, and we had an outline for where the season would go, and everyone felt really good about it. It was going to be a really incredible season that hopefully surpassed season 1. I appreciate everybody getting out there and letting your voices be heard about how you feel about this. And I think there's important conversations being had online about the kind of stories that we're prioritizing and the kind of shows platforms want to make. I hope people are listening. And I also hope that Emmy voters are thinking about Yahya, how much he deserves an Emmy for the incredible work he did on this show. Just want to say I've been listening. I appreciate you all. I feel how you all feel. And I just want to clear up what I can here.
All right, so there you have it with that, because it just started over. So shout out to him for that and speaking out on it, and the fact that they trying to BS y'all. And I'm glad that people out here, because like I said, I haven't seen the show, but I know people who watched the show and said it was a great show. And I'm glad you're out here letting it be known and all this other stuff. And if y'all want to accuse the MCU of being racist, go right ahead, because I don't understand how y'all talk about the show did well enough where y'all would greenlight a season 2. And then you don't push it forth and make it happen. And it's like, oh no, it doesn't make sense to us now. So now we're going to cancel it. And so for those who aren't familiar with what Wonder Man is about, it follows aspiring actor Simon Williams, played by Yahya Abdul-Mateen, who is struggling to get his career off the ground. During a chance meeting with Trevor Slattery, played by Sir Ben Kingsley, an actor whose biggest roles may be well behind him, Simon learns that legendary director Von Kovac, played by Zlatko Buric, is remaking the superhero film Wonder Man. These two actors, at opposite ends of their careers, doggedly pursue life-changing roles in this film as audiences get a peek behind the curtain of the entertainment industry per the official description. So people like the fact that it was, it was an 8-episode series. It came out earlier this year in January. It brought in 618 million minutes viewed in its opening week, which put it at number 8 among streaming originals for the week of January 26th through February 1st, though the title appeared to skew older, with 41% of viewing concentrated in the 35 to 49 age range, more than any other top 10 title that week. So if there's an older audience that likes the show because of the meta-ness of it all, and those people like old Hollywood, or it's kind of given like this whole the studio meets Entourage type of vibe, but with superheroes, then why not fix it on it? It's something different and something unique. People liked it, and you're canceling it for what? Like, what do y'all have over there on Disney Plus that's worth watching? Quiet as it's kept. Y'all don't really have anything exciting over there, to be honest, to watch, in my opinion. So y'all dropped the ball on this. This was dumb on y'all part, but I guess y'all act like, y'all know what y'all doing over there. So shout out to y'all. And I think the best revenge would be that if he wins the Emmy for the part and y'all just went and canceled the show. Now, another thing I want to get into is Booster Gold, because now this is the latest over there on the DC front, that they were canceled by HBO. So quote, the David Jenkins, who was behind developing the show, he wrote on Threads, "My moving forward can improve on Mahershala's lovely statement, so I'll just apply it here as well." He reposted a quote from Mahershala Ali's recent GQ profile story, in which the actor said he's moving on from Marvel's Blade movie after it had been announced in 2019 but never went into production. Jenkins' statement on Booster Gold quoted the Post, seemingly drawn a parallel between the stalled productions, saying Mahershala Ali officially confirms that he's moved on from Marvel's Blade. For whatever reason, that project is not for me. If they want to do it, we would have done it. So I have to move on. And I have moved on. Again, you have me under contract. They have billions of dollars. If they wanted to do the movie, we would have done the movie. I feel ready to move on from the Blade questions. Those questions are for them. They didn't want to do it, so they should answer that question. And that was Mahershala's full quote that he said in regards of when he was asked in GQ. Now, the Booster Gold show was announced in 2023 as part of the DC Studios' initial slate reveal for the rebooted universe by James Gunn and Peter Safran. Among those announcements were the Superman and Supergirl movies. Supergirl flopped at the box office. Superman did pretty well. Um, then we have the Batman Part 2, which is coming out in 2028. 2024's Creature Commando series came and went. I don't think a lot of people like the show. I'm going to be honest. I didn't particularly care for it. Lanterns, we have that coming out at the end of the month. So hopefully that show doesn't suck. Now, we also have Andy Muschietti's Batman movie, The Brave and the Bold. I don't know what's going on with that. That's still up in the air. Then we had James Mangold's Swamp Thing movie. I don't know what's going on with that. They announced an Amanda Waller TV series with Viola Davis. I don't know what's going on with that. We also have Paradise Lost, which is supposed to be a Wonder Woman show that's supposed to take place on Themyscira. I don't know what's going on with that either. There's also a movie based on the Authority superhero team, which I did reveal a couple of weeks ago. They said that's no longer in development. I would love to have seen something like that. Maybe we'll see it down the road because you're dealing with a gay couple that's like a version of Superman and Batman. I don't know. That might be a little too much for people right now. But I think once you've established your DCU, then we can kind of go off and do the off-kilter, risky type of films like Authority, all these other things. But I think what happened with the DCU, they were trying to bring in these off-kilter type characters, like these B characters, and trying to bring them into the forefront. And they're like a lot of these people, like the Swamp Things, and these other ones, they all have a cult following. They're not like the Batmans and the Wonder Womans. You establish with your core fan base, which is the Batmans, the Supermans, the Wonder Womans, the Flash. Those are the ones that you should focus on and make those movies a priority first. Then when you establish your situation, then eventually down the road, you can bring them all together and they'll get their Justice League film, which is what they should have did with the Snyderverse. But y'all was trying to play catch up with the MCU, which had years advancement on developing everything before they moved and got the Avengers together. So y'all was sitting there trying to cut corners and bring the Avengers together mad quick, and people was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, no, how you gonna bring all of these people in this thing? And we got and we have Justice League when it wasn't earned, when we didn't get all these characters. We didn't even get a Batman solo film with Ben Affleck before we got an Avengers movie. Like, make that make sense. So um the Booster Gold thing, I'm not familiar with his character, so I don't know how they was gonna make that work and people would care enough. So they couldn't make it work. And I realized that I think more people are resonating with the realism aspect of the DCU versus James Gunn's, colorful comic booky superhero, with magic with powers or whatever. Like, people aren't really resonating with that. It looks a little too cartoonish. It looks a little too bright, and people aren't really resonating with what James Gunn is doing. I think people are resonating more with the realistic aspect. People love the Penguin TV series. People loved the Batman. Looking forward to the Batman Part 2. People are pissed that it's been extended yet again now to 2020 damn 8, but people are looking forward to the Batman Part 2. I think with Lanterns I think has found that balance of you got the James Gunn superpower universe thing, but it is grounded. So you get all the magic stuff, but it definitely feels like a grounded series. So maybe they finally figured out the balance, and we'll see if that works with Lanterns, and they'll acquire that with all the films. And James Gunn needs to stop trying to make everything look like freaking Guardians of the Galaxy. So I think that's the issue. So Booster Gold, unfortunately, not moving forward. I would have loved to have seen their take on it, but to be honest, I don't know if people were really out here looking forward to seeing a series about a time traveling hero from the future who basically goes back in time to the present and pretends to be a celebrity and having a cocky attitude. And then, he is good friend. He teams up with Blue Beetle and travels with a robot companion by the name of Skeets. So Skeet Skeet. And Blue Beetle, um, but wait, Blue Beetle, that's Sholo Mandiero. Yeah, Maranduena. We're getting him in Super. What is it? The Band of Tomorrow. He's going to be in that. So we'll see how they make that work with Blue Beetle in that film. But unfortunately, you're not getting Booster Gold. Maybe they'll find a way to cameo him in that film or whatever. But this is going to be too many damn characters. So unfortunately, Booster Gold's not happening. And what are you going to do? Unfortunately, it is what it is. And the creator of the series who was developing it basically was like, look, if they wanted to make it, they would have made it. But I feel like a lot of this is happening because people are not. James Gunn had a plan. He had an idea of what he wanted to do with his DCU. Unfortunately, the fans are not receiving what what his initial plan is. So I feel like they're still trying to figure out what is working, what's not working. Well, they better figure it out quick, because if y'all keep bringing flops at the box office for Warner Brothers, um, what's going to happen is, um, I just feel like what's going to happen with the whole Warner Brothers situation. It's just, they're probably going to be like, okay, we got to go back to the drawing board. We got to bring some money. I don't think they can reboot the franchise again, because then they're like, damn, we just invested in this and now y'all going to reboot it again. Y'all need to figure out what's going on with that. So they may have to bring somebody in that can help James. And I don't know if he'll like that because, ego and everything, but they'll probably have to bring somebody in that can help him figure out how to be a mogul and to develop some, because it looked like James Gunn didn't want him to be a mogul. He looked like he wanted to just direct movies. That's what it feels like he wants to go back to. And they're letting him do it. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are y'all sad that we're not gonna get a Booster Gold series um on our screens done by David Jenkins? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Being that contracts were signed, will everyone still get a check? No, I don't think that they get paid. I think you get paid once you start working. But if you're signing a contract and they got you they're developing something, they could break those contracts, be like, okay, we moved on or whatever. But yeah, that would piss me off that you've had me under contract for a long time. And if it's affected me getting work, where it's like I'm exclusive to Disney and y'all pretty much didn't move the needle to get me work, and you just kept me under lock and key while I'm sitting around twiddling my thumbs, losing money on projects, I would be pissed. But he's like, look, I'm ready to move on. There's a narrative going on social media that Marvel is not treating Black superhero characters with no respect. No Blue Marvel, no Wonder Man, no individual Storm movie, no Blade. Yeah, we talked about that during the Blade segment, that how Black people are feeling like it's racism. We're getting CD singles of the Madonna and Kylie Minogue duet. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to that topic. So Warner finally got the message. If you want the hit, it needs physical. I understand they might be getting rid of streaming projects altogether and just focus on major movies. People will start getting rid of Disney Plus due to them not having new projects. Yeah, I definitely want to get rid of Disney Plus because I'm like, ain't shit on there worth watching. To be honest, I'd rather keep Hulu and just watch that, because that's usually what I watch over there. The unfortunate thing about, and then I was hearing from my father, he was telling me that they're doing a sale over there with Verizon. If you're a Verizon Fios subscriber, you can get, I think, HBO Max, I think Netflix too, or something for like $3. I'm like, well, damn, I need Verizon Files. I used to have Verizon Files, but it was expensive. Like when I had, like, before I went to T-Mobile, I used to have a Verizon. I got my cell phone from like Verizon, and like my bill every month, I'm like, you have got to be out your mind. They have great service, but it's just so damn expensive. Helen Minogue is saying, tell her 15-year-old self her biggest dream finally came true. I work with the biggest idol of my life, Chanta. Well, yeah, well, we'll get to that topic when we get to it. Anyway, now let's talk about this topic. Let's talk about Barbie. So apparently there was a Barbie sequel in the works, which I was like, really? I mean, I know the movie made a shit ton of money. It made over $1 billion at the box office. So with that being said, it should come as no surprise that there would be a Barbie sequel. I just didn't think it would ever happen. And now comes word that it has stalled because David Zaslav is not approving of the big salaries for Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie. Because you have to realize this was initially seen as a one and done project. it was having a lot of difficulty getting them off the ground until Greta Gerwig came along with her husband, and they co-wrote the script together. And she brought her perspective, which some people would say a more feminist perspective, to the Barbie movie. And it worked because remember, by having them and Oppenheimer coming out together, it created this big event where people had to go to the movies, and some people saw Oppenheimer, some people saw Barbie. Barbie beat Oppenheimer at the box office. It made over $1 billion. I forget, Oppenheimer made like 900 something $1 million globally. So it's still, so both movies are successful. But with all that being said, Warner Brothers had no plan on making a sequel. So it was supposed to be a one and done contractual thing. And if it's a one and done contractual situation, if you want to bring the same actors back, they can ask for more money because it's not like they were under a contract for sequels or whatever the case is. So Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling apparently want more money. And David Zaslav was like, I ain't got it. The movie, I should say, made $1.4 billion, but a lot of people feel like David Zaslav is balking at giving Margot and Ryan rich deals with profit participation for the film because they are trying to this whole merger with Warner Brothers and Paramount has to go through whatever, even though that's been stalled until I believe that from what they said next year. But the Ellisons are trying to get it done before, I think, September, October. I can't remember the exact month, but sometime this year. So it says in a new report, the New York Times reveals that Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav has balked at giving Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling rich deals with profit participation for the second film. Gosling, who was nominated for a Best Supporting Actor Oscar for his role as Ken, is angling to raise his pay to $20 million. A Warner Brothers spokesperson notes that there was never an agreed upon framework that was approved and pulled back. In a rare move, Warner Brothers didn't require the stars of Barbie to comment on. Sorry. Read that again. In a rare move, Warner Brothers didn't require the stars of Barbie to commit to sequels, as they only signed a one-movie deal, which is pretty much what I said, to land Greta Gerwig as the film's director. Barbie had experienced many false starts over the years until Gerwig provided her feminist take on the popular toy. The Times report notes that Gerwig and her husband and Barbie writing partner Noah Baumbach have an idea for the new movie, but won't share the concept with the studio until the deals are complete. Warner Brothers is on a mission to get its deals in place before the rights revert to Mattel in December. However, if the studio doesn't come to terms with the Barbie crew by that deadline, Mattel would have to redevelop the IP for a new movie, meaning a new filmmaker, new cast, and new concept. Warner Brothers co-chairs Pam Abdy and Mike DeLuca confirmed the talks in a statement saying, quote, we have a rights deal with Mattel in place and have made a series of big offers to try and finalize deals to make the next Barbie film. Unfortunately, we have been unable to reach an agreement thus far. Now, over 3 years, the studio has made a half dozen offers to the creative team behind Barbie. The talent reps declined the most recent offer, which is among the biggest Warner Brothers has made for a film. No counter has been made to date. While it might seem like CAA, which represents Gerwig, Baumbach, Robbie, and Gosling, is playing hardball, it's standard practice to renegotiate contracts when a sequel wasn't included in the original paperwork, as was the case of Barbie. I was like, yeah, if we only were signed on for a one and done project because I guess y'all didn't think the movie was going to do as well as it did. I mean, like I said, it made over $1 billion. So y'all didn't expect that Barbie was going to be this huge hit. So of course they're going to want a sequel. They're going to want to capitalize. But you only signed one contract. And I'm not just going to do the movie for crumbs. Like, yes, I want more money because clearly people are going to come to the theater to see Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. And of course, with Greta Gerwig coming back to co-write and direct, all that familiarity, people are going to jump on board that in a second. And I do think it's very smart on Greta's part to keep the story under wraps. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna show you my hand until Daz is out and T's are crossed. So I definitely think it's smart on her part. The ball is in their court. people, I mean, I don't know if people want to see a Barbie sequel. I guess for nostalgia's sake, they will go see it because they love the first movie so much. And there's that sense of, it's kind of like, The Devil Wears Prada too. People love The Devil Wears Prada. And now because, with part two it been years, maybe like a decade, right? Since we got, maybe a decade plus, since we got that film, of course, people are going to come in and be like, you know what? I want to I'll go and see this movie. Hopefully, it doesn't suck. And so, yeah, I totally agree with them. Like, yeah, play hardball because it came out in 2023. And they said it's funny the knee jerk reaction in this day and age for everyone to immediately ask about a sequel. Robbie told Variety for a 2024 cover story, heralding her production company Lucky Chap as showpersons of the year. I don't think it was like that 20 years ago. This wasn't designed to be a trilogy. That said, all parties were open to the idea of more pink-hued adventures, but nothing could happen unless Gerwig and Baumbach came back with another great idea. Well, they said they got one. So, um, if there is something then that people can relate to in some sort of way, then I guess we'll see how that works. But um, Margot was kind of busy because her lucky chap, she's been out here producing. She produced Wuthering Heights, which we already saw. That's out. That's on, I think, HBO Max or whatever. She is working on a Oceans film, like Oceans 11. Now she's working on that. I forgot who's going to be in that with her, but yeah, she's working on an Oceans film, and she's producing the film Nasty, Nasty Boys Don't Mean a Thing with Rose Byrne and Jenna Ortega for the studio's recently launched Clockwork label. And then, so Warner Brothers has a deal with Mattel. They also have a Hot Wheels movie in development. We'll see how that works out when when it comes out. But I don't know about a Hot Wheels movie. I don't know how y'all can make that work. But if y'all find a way to make it work, I'll be there to check it out. But Barbie was all right. I mean, I was entertained by when I watched it. Now when it comes out, will I watch it? Yeah, I'll watch it. Kind of like how I watched The Devil Wears Prada too. I mean, it's not like something I get overly excited for, but I'll check it out when it comes out. So I still this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you want a Barbie sequel? Do you think we need a Barbie sequel? Or should we just move on? Let me know in the comments down below. All I watch on Disney Plus at the moment is X-Men. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what everybody's watching. And I saw Bo DeMeo still getting credit and stuff because I'm like, yeah, there was no way y'all officially scrubbed season 2 and just started from scratch. I'm sure that y'all are using a lot of Bo's ideas in the second season. I have Verizon and my plan includes Disney Plus. I have Netflix and HBO Max together for an additional $10 a month. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm like, shit is expensive. How much is your Verizon home internet with fees and taxes? I'm switching from Xfinity. I mean, I don't. What is it? Wait, I've heard of Xfinity. You said $85. I just use a lot of internet, and I use a lot of what do you call it? Uh, I subscribe to a lot of streaming stuff, which I'm starting to. I definitely got to cut back on it. But I do agree. I think that they need to kind of consolidate some of these streaming services because it's too expensive. It's too many y'all. It's about to get as expensive as cable, and it's just too much. Now, who asked for this? I fear a poorly written script will taint the greatness of the first movie. Instead of coming up with new original ideas, they'll rehash Barbie with dollar signs in their eyes. I hope that's not the case, but we've seen how that shit is. It's at $130 a month, including internet, Disney Plus, Netflix, and HBO Max together. That is a lot. $130 a month. My phone bill is about $100. As I said, I don't have Verizon. I use T-Mobile. But said they want franchises. It sounds like people hate sequels, but in the horror world, it's lucrative. But in the Evil Dead community, they're saying they hope the studio learn to avoid July because horror during summer is dead on arrival. All right, y'all. So, what are we getting to? Okay, we got our last movie news that we can finally get through all this, and we get into the gossip. So let's talk about Vin Diesel. So apparently, Vin Diesel is out here telling everybody who can listen that this last Fast and the Furious movie is the best script he's ever read, and he's read in decades. And tonight he's in tears, he's crying, all this, he is so damn dramatic. But we'll be the judge of that when that damn movie comes out. So Vin Diesel took to Instagram on Saturday to share that he has read the script for Fast Forever, which is slated to release in theaters in 2028 from Universal. And a caption accompanying a trailer for the upcoming theatrical re-release of the. Oh yeah, they are. I saw that trailer when I went to go see Spider-Man. They're re-releasing the Fast and the Furious in theaters. I think it's for their 25th anniversary. And it comes out on August 21st, which is funny, and that's my father's birthday. He said, I just read the Fast Forever script by Michael Leslie. It is the best script I've read in decades. I am still crying. When March 17, 2028 comes, you will thank God you got to see the first one in theaters this summer. So are they basically trying to say the reason why they're releasing the first one in theaters, and then when we get Fast Forever, there's a connection where you're taking it back to the beginning? So Fast Forever will follow 2023's Fast X, directed by Louis Leterrier. A sequel to Fast X was originally expected to open in theaters in spring of 2025 before being delayed. The film starred franchise regulars Michelle Rodriguez, Tyrese Gibson, Ludacris, Jordana Brewster, and Sung Kang, alongside Jason Statham, John Cena, Helen Mirren, well, they killed off John Cena, Charlize Theron, Jason Momoa, Brie Larson, and Alan Ritson. Now, Diesel has been known for portraying franchise leader Dominic Toretto, announced in February of 2024 that the next film will serve as the finale. So last year, the actor revealed at Fuel Fest, an automotive event organized by Paul Walker's brother Cody Walker, that the next movie would mark a return to the car culture, to the street racing. Walker, who portrayed Brian throughout the franchise, died, as y'all know, in a car crash on November 30th, 2013 at age 40. He was so damn young. And it was like 2013 was when he passed. Furious 7 is still in production at the time, so his remaining scenes were completed using CGI archival footage and his brothers Caleb and Cody Walker as stand-ins. Now, Fast and the Furious franchise has grossed more than $7 billion. That's with a B, I said. $7 billion worldwide. Peacock is also developing a TV series based on the films. So I think a TV series would definitely work. But here's what I want with the TV series. Y'all should do sort of like a mix, like how you have like an eclectic group of people. You got black people, you got um mixed people, you got Asian people, you got the whole Benetton ad up in there. But have it be like sort of like a James Bond spy type thing, but you got these criminals who got arrested for car racing and the thieving and all this other thing doing. And for them to work off their prison sentence, they basically have to help the FBI or the CIA, whatever the case is, and do all the crazy stuff. I think that would be a really cool idea that they should have kind of fixated on, but they never really went there with the story. And I think that would have been a way to keep the franchise going, with having it go like each sequel, having them go off these things, and they could work for, what was the guy's name, Mr. Nobody or something, the Kurt Russell's character, and then Brie Larson, I believe, played his daughter when he went missing, and I hope we find out what happened to him in this one. So there's so many open-ended answers, like we don't know, there's a lot of questions up in the air we don't know the answers to, so hopefully they answer this. Also, how you going, are y'all recasting Lil Brian? Because it's been a long time since we got this movie. You left it on a cliffhanger, and Brian, I'm sure, grew up. So, going to explain this growth spurt when we come back with a sequel, unless you're going to recast the actor and make him still be a young age or whatever. So, there's a lot of open ended questions. But in this whole situation, I've been let down so far, and I like the Fast and the Furious franchise. I've been let down so much by the past couple of sequels. Like Fast X was god awful. Don't even get me started on Fast 9. That was not a good movie. Fast 8 was okay. Fast Six was Fast Five and Fast Six. Those are like my favorite two. I thought those were really good. Fast 7, that was the one that Paul Walker passed away. He didn't finish that one. I like that one too. Yeah, but Fast 8 was, I feel like Fast 8 was okay. I think F. Gary Gray directed that one. And then don't even get me started on Fast. I already said Fast 9 and Fast 10 was straight up ass. So hopefully y'all can bring it back together. You can wrap it up. I don't, let me see. Did they mention what this writer has directed in the past? But yeah, they did say that that Brian O'Connor will make an appearance in the finale. So I don't know. We'll see how that all works out. I guess they're gonna do the same thing when they have the stand-ins and use AI for the facial features and all this stuff. I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing because a lot of people have issue with that. Hold on, let me look up Michael Lester because I could have sworn I did see an article which stated what movies he has written. So he's young. He's born in 19. Wait, is that the right one? It said British playwright and screenwriter. He's from the UK. And movies that he's worked on. He worked on the Hamlet movie with Riz Ahmed. I love me some Riz Ahmed, yeah. He wrote the script for Hamlet. I haven't seen it, but I heard it was good. And I think it's on Prime Video. Macbeth, he wrote the script for that. Lockdown, which was with Chiwetel Ejiofor, he wrote that. He also wrote the script for Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songs and Snakes. He wrote the script for Now You See Me, Now You Don't, which I heard mixed reviews on that. He also wrote the script for Assassin's Creed in 2016, which was a flop. So, the resume is a little sketchy. I don't know. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how all this turns out, in the words of RuPaul, when the movie is released in 2028. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe Vin Diesel when he says that Fast Forever is the best script he's read in a long time? Or do you think he's just out here exaggerating because he want people to still be interested in this damn franchise that has been taking a forever and a damn, probably as long as we were waiting for a damn Blade movie to come out? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So everybody said the quiet horror is more successful in the fall. Well, yeah, we all know that horror movies basically work later on in the year. Horror movies work before summer and after summer. You don't put them out during the summer. Depends on, but unless it relates to sort of like if you're gonna make a movie about piranhas at the summertime and kids getting eaten at a summer camp by piranhas or something, that would work because it takes place in the summer. But if you're talking about or like a like sleepaway camp, if you're gonna since they're doing a remake of it or reboot, whatever you want to call it, you release sleepaway camp maybe early summer or at the end of the summer, like in August or something. Kind of like how they have that Ice Cream Man movie that Eli Roth made that's coming out. I actually want to see that. I think Critical Overlord's already seen it and put up his review or something or another. I need to check that out. But anyway, so um it depends on the subject matter. But yeah, Evil Dead Burn should have been released in the fall or at the latest October. It would have made more sense to put that movie out then than in the summer, especially between some of the animated stuff of that, like the Moana 2, and then they put it out with, all the like kids and were watching cartoons. Like nobody's going who's going to movies to see I mean, I'll go to movies to see a horror movie, but that was just a bad time to put that movie out. Getting close. All right, everybody. Let's get into some more hot topics. And let's talk about Chanta, who's in the news because over the weekend, well, before first things first, I saw a post online the other day. I don't remember where I saw it from or if it was a friend of mine that posted or just a random post. But the other day, someone posted, "Oh, Madonna's been really quiet since, performing at, the FIFA thing in New Jersey, the halftime special." We haven't heard from her in a month of Sundays, and people are saying she's gearing up to do Pride in Amsterdam, which, lo and behold, over the weekend, she was out in Amsterdam performing, Club Confessions, and gagged the girls when she brought out the girls and the girls and the girls, the GWRLS. That's what we call the gays or the homosexuals, as we say on this show. So she gagged them by bringing out another icon in the whole pop music world, Miss Kylie Minogue. So the children gagged when she brought out Kylie. They performed a remix of Love Sensation, which is the After Hours mix. And now comes word, because they released the song, that they will be releasing the song um by the end of the week. She announced it this morning. So the long-awaited melding of the pop superstars, who've each created their own rabid fandoms across nearly half a century of music, movies, and live performances, will come out on Friday, August 7th, with the release of the brand new remix of Love Sensation they performed at World Pride. Love Sensation After Hours mix, Madonna and Kylie, produced by Stuart Price, will drop after the original version of the tune rose to #1 on Billboard Dance Airplay on the August 8th dated Minogue. Said dated. Minogue does not feature on the studio version of the track, which was co-produced by Stewart and Madonna. Madonna is clearly loving her special moment with Australian superstar Minogue, who, like the music singer, has been a global pop icon for more than 4 decades. After Minogue's World Pride pop out, Madonna took to Instagram to post a series of shots on her weekend with Kylie. In the first, the two women are both dressed in royal purple outfits as they lean into each other in the back seat of a car. The camera roll also features snaps of the singers and Price in a car, where I'm basically showing you the photo here. The pair conferring with the producer backstage and then tearing it up on stage during their performance. Now, that post caption, Love Sensation at Kylie Minogue, thanks for coming. Because that's the first thing you hear when you listen to I Feel So Free. Club Confessions, Amsterdam, ends with a sweet shot of Madonna and Kylie hugging it out backstage. It's kind of thing, because we always say they should call it the Club of Love Tour. I have a feeling she's going to call it the Club Confessions Tour. That's probably what it's going to be called, because she's been calling it Club Confessions for the longest. But I definitely hope that she uses Club of Love. But if she did Club Confessions, I wouldn't feel that upset about it. But here's the thing. Um, I'm not that upset over the fact that she's out here doing this whole situation where her and Kylie are collaborating. My only gripe with this whole situation is the fact I wish it was an original track that these ladies were doing together, but at least we're getting something from them. So the one thing, yeah, so I kind of feel the way is that I wish we were getting like an original track. However, I remember people saying that, oh, we get an original track. Kylie's not going to really be able to have much of a say so because Madonna's a control freak. She's not going to want it to be a collaborative effort between her and another pop star. Madonna will collaborate with a producer, but in so many ways, I don't think people feel like that she would collaborate. She'd be a willing collaborator with Kylie to come in and throw out some ideas or whatever. And my thing is, I would love for it to be a collaborative. I would love for her to be open and be like, yeah, I want Kylie to come in and give her 2 cents to something, add a little lyrical content, whatever. Because the one thing between Madonna and Kylie definitely invites outside input, meaning that if somebody sends her a track or whatever, she'll based on the demo and everything, she'll sing the song. Like if you send her track, she'll listen to it and be like, okay, that sounds good, I'll use that. But also she'll go in and she'll add a little something, like she'll change some things around and make it work for herself. And of course, that's where the writing credit comes in. Madonna has been given tracks and stuff before too. She was going through that with the whole writers camp. Remember when she was doing that during the era when she was with Interscope, where she was having to sit in writers camps and giving demos and all the other stuff, and she would record those demos and then change some things up and add her little spin or change some of the lyrics or whatever, and then make it sound more like her. So I don't know if she'd be willing to collaborate with Kylie on that part. I hope that she would be down to do that. But from the clips and stuff I saw online, it definitely looked like a load of fun. I saw people were complaining that Madonna was up there lip syncing. She lip synced some of the stuff, but that mic was on because she was up there performing. So And I know some people were commenting about how she's been moving. She's 67. She's about to be 68 in like 2 weeks. So is it 2 weeks? 3 weeks. No, yeah, because her birthday's a Sunday. It's on a Sunday. So about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, she'll be 68 years old. She can't move like she used to. Remember, she had surgery. So she could just move around and move the arms and all the stuff and sing into the mic and let all the dancers do all the heavy lifting when she go on this tour. Like I said, similar. She got performing the way that Kylie Minogue performed. Kylie would do a little choreography, but that mic is on. She's up there singing. She's being personable with the audience. It's not always about having to be up there and hitting every mark and the choreography and all that other stuff. If your body can't do the things that you were able to do when you were in your 20s, when you were in your 30s, when you were in your 40s, and when you were in your 50s, because I'm incorporating that because Madonna was up there dancing 10 times harder than her 20-year-old counterparts. She was in her 50s doing crazy shit. Now she's in her sixth decade living on this earth. You don't need to perform as hard. Give us, fierce costumes, be personable with the audience, give personality, sing your songs, and let the dancers do all the work. You don't need to be out of here trying to prove that. You don't need to prove anything to us anymore. Because, you get all that, oh, I might hate on her because, she's a woman of a certain, she too old, she need to retire, all that mess. So shout out to y'all. I'm looking forward to hearing, we already heard the song, but I'm looking forward to actually having the song as a part of my repertoire. So in other news, let's get into this Madonna story where apparently I've been saying for a while, I would love to see Madonna perform at Glastonbury. Because I was like, she did the Coachella thing twice. She did it when she did Confessions, the first era, 2 decades ago. And then recently, this year, she did Coachella again, but this time as a part of Sabrina's show that she did the second week. So there was rumors going around that she was going to do Glastonbury. And I think that was something that was going to happen. However, Madonna decided to do a 3-night residency at BST Hyde Park, which is pissed off Glastonbury organizers because she decided to shift her attention elsewhere. And this is according to OK Magazine. Now, sources tell the WAG that the 67-year-old singer has spent months in discussion with UK promoters about headlining 3 consecutive nights at BST Hyde Park next summer following the chart-topping success of her latest album, Confessions 2. Donta has previously been linked with appearances at Glastonbury in 2024 and again for 2027. But sources now say that talks have cooled as her team weighs a history-making residency that could become her only European performance as attracting fans from across the continent while avoiding the demands of a full-scale tour. Well, I do definitely think that as artists get older, they're trying to find new ways to perform and get there, to do their shows. So if she's going to do a residency, a 3-night festival situation in the UK, and be like, that's going to be my only stop, 3 nights of a performance, and make a shit ton of money in the process, who am I to disagree? I would do it too. Hopefully we get her doing something in New York as well. I'm really hoping that she decides on doing what Harry Styles, what Fish, what most recently, who was the other one that just Bon Jovi? They've been doing residencies at Madison Square Garden. I am so lucky to be working where because I like sometimes I have to pinch myself and like I get to be a part of something that so many people in their lifetime would dream of getting to be a part of. And I ain't got to spend a dime. I make the money working these events. So um just being a part of the whole situation, I think is awesome. And I think Madonna definitely needs to consider jumping into doing a residency specifically in New York. I know people are talking about they don't want to do that. Oh, it's too much. Do I have to come all the way to New York? People are going to do it for Harry Styles. People already been doing it for Bon Jovi. People are already doing it for all these other artists. So if they can do it for them, they're definitely going to do it for, a Madonna show. So why not? Now, source close to the negotiations basically said Madonna sees Confessions 2 as one of the biggest moments of her career and wants to mark its success with something truly spectacular. She has been telling those around her that she's desperate to get back on stage, but rather than commit to a full European tour, the feeling is that a landmark series of shows would be the perfect way to celebrate the album. Glastonbury has been discussed, but BST Hyde Park offers her the opportunity to create a huge standalone event on her own terms. Financially, it would also be an incredibly lucrative option, and there is a real belief that fans would travel from all over the world if those concerts went ahead. And probably depending on where you go, the hotels are probably much cheaper. The plane ticket is probably much cheaper. And I mean, I don't know what the tickets, well, anything with Madonna's gonna cost you a mint. But um you probably get more bang for your buck. Everything in New York is so damn expensive. Ridiculously expensive. I was looking at tickets for Slater the other day because I'm considering going to see her at in oh my god, where's she performing? I know she's doing a Brooklyn Paramount, but she's also doing a spot in Manhattan. Can't think of it off the top of my head. I look at them damn tickets with $300 for one person. I'm like, bitch, everything has gone up. Some of these goddamn tariffs. I'm like, why is a Slater ticket so expensive? Her last tour that I saw Slater on when I went and got it for Brooklyn, it was way cheaper. I did not pay $300 for a ticket. And that's for general admission. That's like the floor. Where it's like it's open floor, whatever, like it's standing room, which is not a problem for me. I stand when I'm at work doing these shows. So me standing up to watch a Slater concert, I mean, I'm not all that upset about that. Another insider claimed Glastonbury organizers have been left disappointed by the discussions. The source said there have been genuine optimism behind the scenes that Glastonbury could finally persuade Madonna to headline after previous discussions. So the possibility of her choosing a 3-night residency at BST Hyde Park has come as a major disappointment and has frankly enraged Glasto bosses. People involved in the festival feel they were still firmly in the running, which is why the latest development has caused so much frustration. From their point of view, a record breaking Hyde Park residency will become one of the defining music stories of next summer, drawing enormous global attention and overshadowing almost everything else. Saying, quote, that's exactly why there is so much irritation. There is a feeling that Madonna's team recognizes how much impact these shows would have, and that staging them in London instead of Worthy Farm would deny Glastonbury one of the biggest headlining moments it has chased in years. Well, I'm sure Glastonbury would have been great, but you already know Madonna's always wants to do something that nobody's ever done before. Um, I'm trying to remember. Did it say has she ever performed at Glastonbury? I know it's mostly like a British thing, but it's like they make exceptions if you're a big star, whatever the case is. But Glastonbury would be a perfect thing. But if it's something different to do, Hyde Park, I do it. It's something different. It's something people haven't done before. You know, she's always trying to find new ways to do something that other artists haven't done. But they said the proposal being discussed would see Madonna headlining 3 nights in succession, something no artist has previously achieved at BST Hyde Park. Did not say that it's something different. No one's done that before. You know, Madonna's always about breaking records, breaking the mold, doing what people haven't done before, and basically being the blueprint for other people to follow. So why would I do what everybody's already done when I can do something nobody has done, which is what I almost said Bryant Park, which is in Manhattan. BST Hyde Park, which is basically doing 3 consecutive nights, the same show. It makes a crap ton of money. It brings a lot of revenue into the UK, and the tourist scene will be off the hook. The restaurants will be booming, and a lot of people be coming and bringing their money. It's way better than having to deal with the current regime that we're in now, where we're dealing with a moron for a damn president. But then she'll have to, of course, under his regime, she'll be touring out here. We'll see how that all works out. She plans on trying to do a residency at in New York because she lives in New York and she has a home in London, so that kind of works. I think she might have a place in France too. I'm not sure, but I know New York and London, Madonna has homes. So yeah, so that's all I got to say on that. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Sorry, wrong button. What do you guys think of this story regarding two things? Madonna and Kylie Minogue releasing the Love Sensation After Hours remix. Are you here for the remix or did you want something a little more original? And what do you think about this story about Glastonbury bosses allegedly upset because Madonna may be sealing a deal over there to do a 3-night consecutive residency at Hyde Park instead of doing a Glastonbury show? We don't know this to be true. It's just a rumor that's floating around because it was, I believe, wait, who's the source on this? Hold on. OK Magazine. So OK Magazine came out and said this. They could be, hit or miss. They're a little bit of a tabloid. Take it with a grain of salt. But if this does turn out to be true and it does happen, I mean, me personally, if it's something different, I'm going to go with the Hyde Park deal. Especially if they're going to throw a crap ton of money at me, and I get to do a bunk like any show that I want to do for 3 nights straight, and that's the only show that I'm going to get of Club Confessions. Kind of like I was gonna say kind of like what Lady Gaga did with the Mayhem Ball, where she took majority of what you saw at Coachella, and that ended up being the tour with just a little extra things added in. But pretty much what you saw at Coachella was the Mayhem Ball. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. 342 minutes spent listening to Madonna in the month of July. Jesus. She was my fourth most listened to artist. You know what? I need to check to see what minutes I was listening to. Should go over that, and it's in Apple Music, right? I was on a Daft Punk kick yesterday. That's what I was listening to. Oh, you said your July replay is here. Let's see of course, Tanta is number one. Number two, Stromae. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you how many minutes. Bitch. How many do I got to beat? And do you want to know how long I spent listening to Madonna? 647 minutes. I wish I could show y'all about Apple Music on here. I'm like show on the thing. So yeah, 647 minutes. Listen to Fanta. That's why she's number one. I had Stromae at 229 million. I mean minutes. He's number two. Number three, Bob Moses with 126 minutes. Number four, Adam Lambert with 111 minutes. Number five, Pet Shop Boys with 91 minutes. Number six, Orkom Bozemir. I think, well, he's a DJ. 66 minutes. Number seven, Tiga. Tiga, white guy, not the rapper. 59 minutes. Number eight, Arca with 59 minutes. Number nine, Adelphi Music Factory with 54 minutes. And number 10 with Bad Yao with 52 minutes. She's a Spanish rapper, so I listen to her. But and then it's funny, it said your top songs, bitch, y'all gonna gag because it's literally all Madonna. Number 12, Good for the Soul. Number 11, Read My Lips. Number 10, I Feel So Free. Number 9, Fragile. We have number 8, Bring Your Love. Number 7, One Step Away. Number 6, Bizarre with Madonna and Martin Garrix. Number 5, Danceteria. Number 4, School. Number 3, Love Sensation. Number 2, Love Without Words. And number 1, Everything. Yeah, I do pretty much bump everything more than any other song. So that is my replay. They said I listened to 3,556 minutes in July. I do listen to a lot of music. So there you have it. All right. So, oh, can we stop trying to normalize Paris Hilton as a gay icon? It's like we forgot someone. First of all, who normalizes her? I'm not a Paris Hilton fan. I was never really big Paris Hilton fan. I knew it was gonna be Love Sensation given how it was very Kylie coded. I mean, for a while that was the rumor that Love Sensation was going to be like they were going to collaborate on that song together. That was always been the big rumor, and then it was basically official. Official. Down Under versus the World just had yeah. I was going to get into that. We got to that topic. They had the Kylie inspired girl group challenge and the runway category. You said I would have recreated that ensemble she wore on Showgirl Homecoming. Yeah, and then we got to get into the whole story about Raven's real identity being like what her position on the show officially is. That is a topic. You said MDNA World Tour was the last full time she served as hardcore choreography, something Janet doesn't even do. Yeah, that was pretty intense show. I see Madonna doing 4 U.S. cities: New York City, Chicago, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles. She won't hit Miami. They can travel to New York City. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of artists, we always get people who, you said Slater tickets at $300 and her performing at the Grammys Museum is getting serious. She's going to get up there in the ranks of pop divas, more so with that Columbia push. And that tour is not until October. So I think I'm going to bite the damn bullet and I'm going to buy the tickets. I'm getting a ticket to see Slater. So I'm gonna definitely go. Like I said, why should Madonna give Glastonbury after the censorship of Bob Villain? Well, not only that, but wasn't there a story that just came out that Massive Attack were banned from performing in Singapore because they had a Palestinian flag? And from what I'm hearing, the history of Singapore and the colony, like with them being helped out by Israel, and they kind of owe a huge debt to them. So anything where you're anti-Israel is to them deemed problematic, anti-Semitic. So they're on the side of Israel. So that's unfortunate because I am a huge Massive Attack fan. He said Trump is going to fire Janine. Yeah, fire that old drunk bitch. His last female staff after the fiasco happened where they indicted before they actually. I mean, look, we already know that reflecting pool thing was some bullshit. Trump went and hired somebody who had no qualification on dealing with an reflecting pool. First of all, the reflecting pool should have been left alone from the beginning. There was nothing wrong with it. But you went and hired somebody. I think it's all money. I think all these little scams and things that he be doing, all these little stunts, it's all money laundering. What is Paris? What does Paris Hilton do to deserve this? Stars is Blind is a contender for best pop song of all time. Look, I like some of the songs. She has some good catchy ass songs, but my thing is I never was a really big fan of Paris Hilton. Especially like in the 2000s. I was never featuring her like that. I never watched Paris and Nicole. Like I was never really into her like that. I mean, look, I think maybe I was on the We Hate Paris Hilton bandwagon back in the day because she was kind of annoying with that whole blonde bimbo thing. And I definitely enjoyed House of Wax, if you know, you know. For one particular scene. And I think they all knew that. That's why they cast her. Was like, yeah, she gets the big death sequence. All right, y'all. So now we have more Madonna news. So let's get into we got a lot of Madonna tea. So let's talk about this one. So I don't know if y'all basically are aware, but her daughter Mercy has a job. And her job is she's working behind the scenes over there with Andrew Cohen over on Watch What Happens Live. And I want to say this story is more or less aimed at Andy Cohen and less at Mercy. Because I remember when I read the article, they were saying, yeah, Mercy has basically been doing the work. She's been proving like she's been good and everything in regards to things. She's been showing like, yeah, she's a Nepo baby who got a position because of circumstances, so that circumstance being Madonna. But as I always say, you being the child of a famous celebrity, they can open the door for you and you can walk through the door because of who you're attached to. But as long as you show up and you do the work and you prove that, I'm not just some spoiled little brat, that I actually am qualified to do the job or whatever the case is, then I'm going to give you 110%. But people are more or less mad at Andy Cohen because they feel like he's got an agenda because he's been trying for 20 years to get Madonna on Watch What Happens Live, and she won't do it because he's messy. She's told him this to his face. Or I believe she mentioned it somewhere and it got back to her. I can't remember the whole context of it, but I do remember like it was where they, yeah, he a little messy and she not trying to be a part of that foolishness to go over there on Watch What Happens Live. Yeah, of course, she'll get to sit by herself on the show, but she's not interested in being a part of the shenanigan. And you can't ask her nothing about your below decks or your housewives or any of that stuff because as is it as quiet as it's kept, or is it that it's knowledge known by a lot of the Madonna fans? She don't watch TV. So if you're trying to get up in there and try to have her participate in those housewife shenanigans, and on the other stupid ass reality shows you got over there, you barking up the wrong tree, sir. This will be a night that you want to take off from not even bringing up the housewives, let alone any of your shows over there on Bravo. So Mercy, who's 20, has reportedly been working behind the scenes on Watch What Happens Live for about a year. The connection first came to light when Rosie O'Donnell revealed the surprising hire during a July 22nd interview with People. Insiders claim that the pop legend's daughter is hardworking, professional, and well-liked by the staff. Well, because Madonna, that's how she raised her children to be. The hire quickly fueled speculation among industry insiders, some of whom questioned whether the move could eventually help Cohen persuade Madonna to appear on the show. Let's not kid ourselves. One Bravo insider told Naughty But Nice, oh yeah, Rob Shutter had like a thing on this as well. There are thousands of qualified young people who would kill for that job. Mercy's mom got her notice. That's just how TV works. Another television insider speculated Andy has been chasing Madonna since the day Watch What Happens Live launched. He's praised her endlessly, defended her publicly, and practically rolled out the red carpet for years. They added, having her daughter in the clubhouse certainly doesn't hurt his chances. The hire raised eyebrows specifically because Madonna's long playful feud with the Bravo boss over her refusal to sit down for an interview on his show. The pop icon has famously never appeared on the show, even though it's been long running since 2009. Cohen has openly remarked on the rejection, sorry. Madonna still has not come on the show. I'm actually kind of over it because in my notes app, I was keeping a long list of interview questions for her in case she ever did show, and she's kind of answered a lot of it, Cohen said per Us magazine. The Queen of Pop also kept the playful rivalry alive publicly. During a stop on her 2023 celebration tour at Brooklyn's Barclays Center, she spotted Cohen in the crowd and called him out from the stage. If you say one more bad thing about me on your show, you're going to get in so much trouble, she said, you little troublemaking queen. I think that's what I was referring to. So for now, Madonna remains one of the biggest names never to appear on Watch What Happens Live. Now, here's the thing. I don't. Well, I should say, look, he's had many icons on the show. I believe hasn't he had Cher on the show? I think he's had Cher. He's had many of famous people. He's had Kylie Minogue, I believe, has been on the show. He's had Jennifer Lopez quite a few times. He's had Mariah Carey on a couple of times. So he's had a lot of the big divas. But the one he hasn't gotten is Madonna. And do I think by him getting like Madonna can see through somebody in the ass kissing thing from the beginning. So she's not gonna give in to that. Do I think that because Mercy is on the show that like working behind the scenes on the show that that's gonna be a way to get Madonna on Watch What Happens Live? I don't see that happening. I see Madonna making an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel's show, guest hosted by Rosie O'Donnell, sometime this month. I don't know if it's this week or next week or sometime this month. I don't remember exactly when Rosie O'Donnell is going to be doing um his show Sidebar. Since we're talking about Rosie O'Donnell, congratulations to Rosie because Rosie is officially, I believe, set to appear on The View next season. Because I think they're done for the season. After, August, the whole month of August, they're on vacation, which is why they come back the first week of September because they take the whole month off, which I actually think is like a smart thing. It's like I'll work 11 months out of the year, just give me August off, that a month vacation, and I come back and do the show. I would love to do something like that. That's the dream. It's like I work all year round, give me a whole month, I can just do all kinds of stuff. Little vacation time, travel, whatever. But their next season marks their 30th anniversary of being on the View being on air with all the FCC stuff going on. Yes, their 30th anniversary is next month, and apparently Rosie is going to make an appearance on the show, I guess, with other co-hosts to celebrate that whole milestone. And I think she mentioned something about her difficult relationship with Whoopi Goldberg. I think I need to bring that topic up fully the next time we do the show. But yeah, that was one of the topics I saw today. So congratulations to her. But in regards to this whole situation, I don't know. I don't see Madonna coming and doing Watch What Happens Live. I think let Mercy do what she's doing over there. If Andy Cohen is shamelessly using Mercy to have her there to work on Watch What Happens Live, but then you trying to get tea from her about her mother, to me, that's going to rub me the wrong way because it's like, what you're not going to do is use me on this show because you want attention or you want some sort of clout or you want to use me to get to my mother. Like, that's not happening. Like, bitch, I'll quit. I'll run over there to another network. I'll go work behind the scenes on The View. They probably could use some people over there. But because having Watch What Happens Live on your resume is probably a good thing too. But anyway, so yeah, that's that on that, and I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you believe this tea regarding maybe this is the reason why Andy got Mercy on the show with the possibility to get close to Madonna? I hope that's not the case. I hope you actually hire this girl because you realize she's got a little talent. Maybe that was the thing in the beginning where you looked at her and was like, "Oh, that's Madonna's daughter," so we have that to brag about on this on behind the scenes at the show and everything. But we at the end of the day, you can see like she's a hard worker. She does what needs to be done to get done. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You had to be there in the 2000s. She kind of led the influence of climate. She got lucky because her fame rose at the same time as reality TV. Yeah, she came in the right time. I'm aware that Paris is technically the first influencer, but what does she do this? What does she do successfully in 2026? Why does it give me Bianca Del Rio? What do you do successfully? Quickly. That's what it was giving me with that line you said. Gen Z bringing back Y2K nostalgia will. Well, you also brought back the worst part of that nostalgia. Well, yeah, I told you everything is cyclical. Gloria Estefan said she unfortunately got banned from babysitting Lola because when she lived in Miami, it was way more liberal than people realize. But Madonna got mad. I gave Kandi and allowed her to watch TV. So yeah, I was told I can send Emily over 2 years older than Lola, but Lola isn't allowed because I break her rules. I'm like, look, I'll be so annoyed if it's like, oh no, I don't want y'all watching TV and all that other stuff. I want you literally out here reading books and studying, and you're a little too strict with all of that. I was like, I gotta at least watch something. But then it allows you to also get outside and touch some grass, as some of these people out here need to be doing. All right, y'all. So let's get into our final chanta topic. And let's talk about Madonna and Britney Spears and this whole biopic tea that I've been hearing going around. So apparently, you already know Madonna's biopic has stalled. We don't know what's happening with that. But Britney Spears has a biopic coming out. They've already got a writer, all that good stuff. And so we're still waiting to see how that all turns out. However, they're trying to say that studios are prioritizing Britney's story over Madonna's because I guess she's the fresh, young situation. And maybe Britney is caught up in mess a lot more. And we got a story on her later on, but let's focus on this one. This is from Radar Online. So, with Madonna's planned biopic stalled amid rumored budget concerns, Tinseltown is charging ahead with the screen adaptation of Britney Spears' memoir, excuse me, The Woman in Me, which is suddenly the movie industry's hottest music project. Here's according to Radar Online. So they said, Britney got the green light. You know you want to. Dun-dun-dun-dun. You got the green light. Dun-dun-dun-dun. They said the feeling inside the business is that her story is fresher. Why? Because she got way more mess going on behind the scenes than Madonna. Speaking of the troubled toxic singer who was locked in a conservatorship, excuse me, for 13 years, another source shared Britney's life has everything audiences want: fame, heartbreak, family, betrayal, survival, redemption. It's a blockbuster waiting to happen. A source added, it's about whose story feels the most must-see movie of the moment. Right now, it's Britney. In June of 2026, Madonna revealed her long-planned biopic was shelved as the negotiations with Universal Studios fell apart over the film's budget. I was supposed to make a movie about my life. I worked on my script for 2 years and spent 2 years at Universal Studios with the line producers doing budgeting and casting. This is what she told Interview magazine editor-in-chief Mel Ottenberg. After years of preparation, Madonna claimed she needed a big budget and that Universal couldn't get their heads around the cost and ultimately refused to move forward on her terms. Well, yeah, because Madonna has everything. She had costumes. You got to make old New York, which you can pretty much shoot that on a lot. Where you can make old New York or whatever the case, or you could just shoot it on certain blocks or whatever, which has kind of like that vintage look. You got to do a lot of 80s clothes, It depends on the eras in which you were going to tell the story. And it was just, I guess it was just a lot because Madonna's career spans 4 decades. Britney Spears has been around since like what, 98, 99. So um her career spans 20 plus years. She's had a long-standing career. So um I don't know. I mean, I want to see both. Them trying to figure out how to make. I mean, I don't know what was the direction. Yeah, I read The Woman in Me, so I know what to expect. That what they're gonna tackle in regards of her life story. I'm thinking what maybe needs to happen, Madonna. You may want to consider writing a book. You might want to think about releasing your life as a memoir and read it, and then and doing like the for the Kindle or whatever, like do the voice, kind of like what Mariah did with her book, because we're supposed to be getting a Mariah Carey biopic too. And how with Britney's book, we had Michelle Williams read it. So I definitely think that that's what we need. I think you need to do like a book, and maybe based off of people reading what you're going to put in the book, then we can get the movie. Because I think maybe the problem is, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just can't say it's just too much. And with studios overspending these days, they don't really want to take that risk. But I feel like take the risk on movies that people will go see. Just like people went to go see Michael Jackson in theaters, and that movie made so much money. Madonna has a huge fan base. The movie will definitely do well in theaters if you put out whatever it is you want to put out. The problem is Madonna's career is so big. I don't know if you could tell all the story that you need to tell in a 2 or 2.5 hour movie. You might need a long film, or you might have to do it like what they're doing Michael Jackson, where where they're doing a sequel. The problem is with Michael Jackson, they relied so much on the nostalgia aspect of just let's play the songs. But then when we stop hearing the songs and seeing a reenactment of Thriller and the bad music video and all the other stuff, the issue that plagued Michael was the fact that when y'all stopped playing the music, then we got to the acting, and the acting was just like the dialogue, the story, everything. It just wasn't working. And sidebar, shout out to one of the Jackson. Which one was it? Marlon? To my doing a documentary on the Jacksons or whatever the case was. I guess he's trying to make Michael Jackson, no, not Michael Jackson, Joe Jackson. He was portrayed as the villain in the movie. They're trying to work on something where you get to see the complexity of Joe Jackson. I definitely think Joe Jackson was three-dimensional. I definitely think it was complex. You got to think about the times at which it was when, yeah, parents was beating their kids' ass when they stepped out of line. That was the way you disciplined your kids. I'm not saying it's right, because you can't do that today. But back in the day, I got beatings and stuff too. So when I was acting up, but then my parents had to stop because one time I went to school and I went out with a bruise on me. And back in the day, what they now call, what was it, CPS, whatever. They used to call it BCW back in the day when I was growing up. So they got called and they made a house call and they took me in the room and they asked me questions like if I was being abused and if I wanted to stay with them or go. And I knew they was going to put me in a foster home or whatever. I was like, no, I'd rather just, like, I understood like what I did was wrong and because I was acting up. But yeah, my parents, you have to figure out like how you have to learn to discipline your children without resorting to beating them. So after that, they had to stop. So it was like but I was a nuisance when I was a child. People who knew me back in the day when I was, oh, you was bad. Oh, you was a bad kid. Like I used to get that all the time. I mean, yes, I've grown and I've changed, but that was a lot of what I was dealing with when I was a kid. It was just middle child syndrome where it was just a lot I was dealing with, and so I would act out. But in this situation, I don't know. I think Madonna, you need to write a book or whatever the case is, and then maybe once you write the book, then people could probably see your vision. But I understand you like doing things unorthodox. Nobody's going to be taking that risk to give you $100 million, even though I think it's BS that they're treating you like this. But they didn't do that to Michael Jackson because they spent way more on the Michael Jackson movie, and yes, at the end, it made $1 billion. So, but back then, y'all didn't hesitate throwing all that money at the Michael Jackson movie, but you're doing this with Madonna? Like, it's just ridiculous to me. And don't get me wrong, I want to see the Britney movie too. And I'm looking forward to the Britney movie. But for the fact that they're saying, oh, they're prioritizing her because it's a much fresher thing, and she's younger or whatever. It just screams ageism. But don't get me wrong, when that Britney movie come out, depending on the situation, I'll definitely be there opening night going to see it, like I was with Michael. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of Hollywood saying that they're prioritizing, according to this story, so take it with a grain of salt, Radar Online is saying it, that Hollywood is prioritizing a Britney biopic over a Madonna biopic. And do y'all think that maybe they're looking at this because a Britney biopic won't be as expensive? Because Britney wasn't out here creating like iconic moments or iconic costumes like Madonna was. You can replicate anything that Britney was wearing. Like Britney didn't have the greatest sense of style, no shade. But so it was different. And then plus, I think with Madonna, you can like a lot of the stuff that she has in the archives, all of that could be replicated for the show. I mean, for the movie or whatever. So let me know. Oh, speaking of which, shout out to Jafar Jackson because I just heard he scored another part. Like I was sitting there thinking he was just gonna be playing Jafar Jack. I mean, like, basically Michael Jackson for the rest of his life. I just heard that he's gonna start in a new action film with Will Smith. So he got a part. You better watch your booty around. Well, let me stop. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. Let's see what the people are saying in the comments. You said Onyx rhymes with honest. If I could only pick one, I would pick a Britney biopic. Britney's life story is just a more compelling story solely based on how unique it is, exclusively to her in particular. Well, it could be true. That's probably why they're going on with it. You say, you know something, I'm starting to realize there's never been a big blockbuster female biopic. The Whitney and Aretha biopics perform, but compared to Rocket Man, Bohemian Rhapsody, and Michael. So do you think maybe it's just a thing that female biopics really just don't sell? That people really don't care? I think it depends on the artist. Like, if you're gonna tell a Whitney Houston story, tell it right, tell it correct. And maybe people felt like they wasn't gonna get the real Whitney story. Like, people want to know the tea. Was she out here scissoring other sisters? Was like what was the tea regarding the drug use and all of that stuff? Like, if you're not really gonna tell the story, then we don't need it. Don't just do it because you want an excuse to get the music and piggy bank off that. But also Madonna's overcome so many adversaries. Plus, don't forget Madonna was well known to being anti-nostalgia, and when a lot of people alive, there's lawsuits. Plus, Shania Twain, excuse me, yeah, I forgot Shania has a biopic. She gave a blessing, so it sounds like Madonna, being the control freak, heard it. So writing a memoir will help her because there's the source material. That's what I said, right? I think she needs to just write a memoir because I feel like that way people have a foundation of where to go. You're just expecting us to trust whatever this story is that you're coming with. And I don't know if we want to take that risk, but it sounds like it would be what, 1,500 pages? We said, wait, 15K pages. That's like 15,000. One has to ask if it's too late for a Madonna biopic. I don't think it's never too late for a biopic because I guarantee you, if that lady they announced Madonna died at whatever age, trust and believe they will fast track a damn biopic. Lady Gaga fans said Madonna could die and nobody would give a damn. She's a bully and bullies shouldn't be said. Okay, whatever. Them little baby critics can go fuck themselves if that's what they said. FCC is getting sued for taking luxury gifts from the Ellisons to get Paramount deal done, as they should, because that guy that's running the FCC. And I think Trump even said the quiet part out loud at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where he was talking about the merge and oh, they're going to do great things over there, and they need to name. So they said something else that they should name. I was like in and out of it because I was watching Kyle Kalinske and I was watching someone else that was playing the. Oh, I think I was watching Ebro Laura Rosenberg. And they were playing the clips and stuff from the White House correspondent. I'm like, does this man shut the fuck up? Like, you sound stupid. First, he was trying to tell jokes. The jokes was about as flat as his wide ass. And then it was just like the jokes just wasn't funny. And they're just rambling. I just like the part where Will Blitzer basically insulted him to his face when he was giving those reporters that was bringing up the Epstein files their awards. But I can't wait for Sabby Seb's investigation on Lady Gaga is a demon and a Satanist. Well, child, if that's what she's gonna dig into, be my guest. Because I remember hearing stories about allegedly, and I ain't gonna tell you who told me this, but somebody who in the industry talking about that. I think some of that hostile shit is real. Where it's like bathing in the blood of babies and all that other stuff. Like I was hearing all kinds of Illuminati-esque type stuff. And all I'm gonna say on that is allegedly, 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 allegedly. Also got to make you wonder from that. What was it? That paparazzi performance at the Grammy? I mean, not the Grammys, the VMAs. Remember when she was hanging, all that blood was on her? I ain't trying to create no conspiracy theories, but I'm just saying. All right. All right. Okay. So now let's get into the story of the hour. Let's talk about Ariana Grande Frappuccino. So apparently, people are finally addressing the elephant in the room. That Ariana Grande is a little too damn skinty. Now, we've been saying this for a while. We were saying that she was a little too skinty back when she was promoting Wicked and Wicked for Good. She and Cynthia Erivo was out here looking like something out of the Corpse Bride. They was both looking skeletal. And when people brought this up, they felt like, "Oh, you're being shady. Oh, you're just you're commenting on a woman's body." So we're not supposed to address the fact that you don't look healthy compared to how we've seen you in the past. Like I've never looked at Ariana as being fat. She's a petite girl. So I understand like showing up on camera, it looks like you might be a little meaty in the face, but I'm like, she's got a baby face. She's in her 30s. She still looks youthful. You don't want to be out here where you looking dry and emaciated and you gonna start looking like an old lady or looking very Karen Carpenter-esque. You don't want to go through that point. But I feel like a lot of the ED stuff that's going on with Ariana is due to the fact that she has got so much pressure being put on her. There's so much on her plate. She had the album, she had the tour, she did the two Wicked movies, which took a year out of her life. She now got her new boyfriend, which is an old boyfriend. She done left Ethan Slater alone, and word on the street is Ethan did not get back with his ex. I did read a story regarding that today. So there was rumors swirling that he had gotten back with his ex, which he left her for Ariana. I'm like, you was a damn fool. But yeah, apparently he didn't get back with her. And so yeah, so I feel like there's just been a lot on her plate because like I said, what was it? The tour. Then she had the play that's supposed to be doing with Jonathan Bailey, I believe. I believe they put that on pause. We're going to get into that, where it says that she is pulling out of the West End debut because she was supposed to do this thing with Jonathan Bailey on the West End, who was her Wicked co-star. And she had the new album. She's touring right now. She has the Fokker-in-Law movie that's correct because they played that coming attraction before Spider-Man, even though I already saw it. So she's got that coming out. She's got a lot on her plate. Plus, she was supposed to do American Horror Story. She had to drop out of that. So Ariana is overworked. And I believe that she took too much in. She bit off more than she could chew. And I feel like a lot of times when it comes to ED, a lot of times when people feel like their life and everything going on in their life is out of control, the only thing they have control over is what they put in their body. So their body is their temple, their body is what they have control over. And maybe a lot of the weight loss and everything is stemming from she's stressed and she's taking all of this out. She's punishing herself in a lot of ways. And I definitely think it's time for an intervention, or maybe this is the intervention, because them talking about her pulling out of the West End debut and her stepping away of the limelight due to concerns of her weight, I believe is the intervention. Because when you see that new music video that she did for Pearl, for Pedal, well, I mean, there was stuff in the show that was Pearl-esque in the video, I should say. But for her doing Pedal, the music video, which is actually the title of the album, um, people are concerned. They seeing bones and stuff. So they said Ariana will be taking a break or a step back from from visibility as she completes the Eternal Sunshine tour. This is what her rep told people on Sunday. She looks forward to finishing the tour and ending it on a high note, both healthily and happily. Oh, yeah, they had to make sure they put that healthily in there, right? Even though I say otherwise. And then taking a much deserved break from the public facing work and appearances, which has led to endless ongoing public scrutiny. This tour has been a beautiful experience for her. She loves her fans and loved every minute of this tour so much. She was the Thank You Next singers also exiting the West End revival of Stephen Sondheim's Sunday in the Park with George, the outlet also confirmed. She was scheduled to star in the musical opposite her Wicked co-star Jonathan Bailey at London's Barbican Centre next summer. A source close to the singer also defended the Grammy winner to the outlet amid the speculation about her health, noting she performs a very physical show and there was a lot of athleticism involved. She performs healthily and successfully at a very high level night after night. Well, yeah, she's definitely running around that stage in them high heel Louboutins. But if you want to try to blame it on, oh, I'm running around the stage, whatever, girl, that is not you losing weight from running around the stage for 2 hours. Now, don't get me wrong, you will sweat it out and you will maintain your figure running around the stage and all other stuff. But there's something else going on. And I definitely feel like because she's overworked and she's stressed, that stress is due to her weight loss and she's probably not eating. And like, the way is that you have control over your body, like I say, is to deny it its nutrients and resources. And people sitting here ignoring the elephant in the room that does not help the situation. It enables the situation. It's no different than a lot of these Britney fans that sit and enable her damn behavior. Leave her alone. Do this. She out here trolling. She's algorithm hustling. I mean, now we talking about Britney. She's out here trolling. She's algorithm hustling. She know what she's doing to get a rise out of y'all. She up there with that same old weave, that same old Gerber panties, twirling in her damn living room over and over with the runny mascara, doing the same tight ass Janet Jackson ass choreography. And y'all talking about leave her alone. So fans have commented on her appearance, saying she is extremely thin and it's concerning. This is what one comment on social media read, while another chimed in. I think people are allowed to be concerned for her health. A third remarked that Grande's bones are literally popping out and visible. So it's like, yeah, what is wrong with having genuine concern? Y'all think anytime somebody says something negative is hating. That's not what that is. Y'all need to come up with a new goddamn word because I just hate the fact that whenever people say, oh, you're saying anything resorting someone's physical appearance, you're a hater. What I hope is not happening is that there's this resurgence of heroin chic coming back. Because that was not a cute look back when I was growing up. We had this whole heroin chic look, courtesy of Kate Moss and a bunch of other models, where they looked like they damn near was one biscuit away from, if they put a biscuit in their mouth after starving themselves so damn long, they would kick, no longer be in the union. They kick the bucket. They end up dead. So I hope the whole heroin chic era is not coming back where these girls out here looking starved and emaciated. Because remember at one point we used to have the girls like Nicole Richie and them, they used to be real skinny. And it was not cute. So now in November 2025, Grande told fans to be cautious about making dangerous body shaming comments. She reposted a 2024 interview for her Wicked for Good press, in which she emotionally addressed negative comments about her appearance to her Instagram stories. It's hard to protect yourself from that noise when you're young and you're hearing all kinds of things. I think that it's something that is uncomfortable no matter what scale you're experiencing it on. Even if you go to Thanksgiving dinner with someone's granny says, "Oh my God, you look skinnier. What happened?" Or "You look heavier. What happened?" And girl, you're Italian, so you already know they're gonna come over there and make comments about you being extra skinny. I think in today's society, there's a comfortability that we shouldn't have at all, um, commenting on others' looks, appearances, what they think is going on behind the scenes, their health, or how they present themselves. But to a certain extent, I do agree with that. People should not comment on others' looks and appearances. And you're saying what they think is going on behind the scenes, or health, or how they present themselves. But when you are looking skinnier than people are normally used to seeing you as, there is a draw for concern. And if people are genuinely concerned, and not resorting to name calling or being real nasty or rude in the comments, then I think it's warranted. I hate this. Well, you see it with your eyes, and we all got to ignore the situation. It should be spoken on. And I will say this because I didn't bring this up, and I did say I was going to save it for this segment. I was kind of bored with Pedal. I thought the album was dry as hell. I spent more time listening. I listened to maybe 3 or 4 songs. I was like, okay, this is a chop. So I turned it off. One person got my comments like, well, if you don't get it or whatever the case is, wait, let me look for it. And he tried to read me and I had to read him back. And then he was like, that's not how I meant it. I apologize. I should have had it ready when I put it up. But of course, when I think about stuff at the last damn minute, how could I do that? So yeah, it was like you was up in here trying to literally insult my damn intelligence. It's like I got it. Oh, because was that the one about the I don't know if this was the one. Because if it was the one that I read up earlier about Charlie XCX and Ariana Grande, I don't know if that's it. Probably not. But anyway, I had said to another that I didn't like the record, and they probably was like, "Well, if you're not, you don't like trying to insult my intelligence and say, well, you clearly didn't understand and you didn't get." I was like, "I got what it was." Now, if you like the album, you're entitled to liking the record. However, she wrote the lyrics to the songs, and she's not a great songwriter. And my thing is, if you want to get your point across, hire some people that can help you get that point across. Everybody is not meant to be a songwriter. But we live in this time where y'all don't want to pay writers. Y'all want to sit up and act like y'all are fucking Diane Warren. And then when y'all get in the studio and start writing these lyrics, it'd be a mess. It's like if that's not your forte, you could be like Beyonce, you could be a curator and you bring the best of the best together and have them get your point across or your ideas or whatever the case is. There's plenty of people out here that have the talent of being songwriters. Put them to use. If you got stories that you want to tell and they're good at making those stories in song form, lean on those people to get to help you get your voice out there, to express how you want to express in songwriter form. That's what you do. But like I said, a lot of these artists want to try to do everything. Everybody got there's some people that got their strong points in certain situations and weak in others. And if songwriting is not your forte, do that. Also, I know people was complaining because they felt like they wasn't getting like her out here like singing, like they wanted vocals. She doing that on the tour, but on the album, people feel like they're being cheated. Now, don't get me wrong. I like the fact that she's being experimental on the production side. It's giving very much Imogen Heap. Like it's got that whole vibe, but it's just because it's more like a sequel of sorts from her last record, Eternal Sunshine. It's kind of still filling in that vibe. But I will say, Eternal Sunshine was a much better record if we really want to go there. So I spent the whole weekend because Arca released the album. I was listening to her album, and that album was giving me my life. That was like, in my opinion, the most experimental she's gotten since Mutant. Like in regards to Arga, I was actually listening to Mutant right after, like the third time I listened to Arga's record, I was like, "Oh, let me put Mutant on." I was listening. I forgot how like crazy that album is, especially Rhymes with Maggot being one of my favorites over Mutant. So that's all I got to say on that. I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you think that people are being a little too judgmental in regards of Ariana Grande, or do you think there is something literally going on with her that she's got a lot on her plate? She's trying to take on too much, and she's dealing with a lot in her personal life and all this other stuff. And she needs to just go away and have a moment, vacation, heal, get herself together, get her mind right and her health in order, eat a burger or five, and come back stronger than ever when she's ready. Like, there's plenty of other artists out here that could be that let them do what they got to do, but you take care of you. That's all I'm saying on that. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Plus, don't forget that Morgana pop star story that Lady Gaga had. Ooh, it now makes sense why the ticket for West End play was delayed till fall because they had no confirmation if she could commit. And it sounds like she was fired by AHS and they let her PR make a story. There was a rumor going around that Lady Gaga was supposed to replace her in the part on American Horror Story, but then they said that she's not in it. So then I wonder who's going to be playing that part. I'm saying this as someone who used to run a fan account dedicated. Jesus, you had a lot of fan accounts. You was running the Nikki one, you was doing this one, and you said Glinda may have been her dream role as an actress, but notice how everything went wrong as soon as she landed in London in 2022. Some people said Universal Pictures might have to push and promote this film without her. That's sounding like Ariana might not help the marketing of the film. I mean, I guess maybe she can come out and market it. She can sit down and do some interviews. That'll be the only thing you'll see of her. But for the most part, I do think she needs to take time off because if you're contractually obligated to get out here and promote that movie, she's gonna have to make a couple of appearances, and that'll be the only appearances that she does. I'm fully convinced Universal told both her and Cynthia to keep the food intake low for their respective roles, and Ariana found solace in disordered eating in the middle of her divorce. That's my theory. You might be onto something. Some said when the scandal of her affair happened, it broke her as a narcissist because she couldn't be married and have a side dick. So it broke her when you break a narcissistic side. They tried, well, yeah, she probably does have a narcissistic side. I mean, and don't forget the licking of the donut. Like she's done a lot of controversial stuff. As for this album, I was tired as fuck when midnight rolled around, and I have never counted down the minutes until a song was over. Not counted down the minutes. You said until a song was over while listening to Ariana until last Friday. The pedal has wilted. Well, my thing is this: if you're not feeling something, turn that shit off. That's what I'm like. This album is a child. That's the same thing I felt about Earth Eater. I gave her like at least a good 3, 4 songs. I'm like, oh no, this album is a chop. I turned that shit off and ain't revisited it since. And I like her earlier stuff, but this new record, I was like, it ain't for me. Cameron Carpenter died of a heart attack because despite gaining weight, her heart couldn't handle it. Because when you're around a certain weight for so long, then all of a sudden you trying to go back to eating and getting healthy, you put a shock on your system. It's kind of like when people who abstain from drugs for a long time and then when they relapse and go back and do drugs and then they just flat out OD or they just die because their body just gives out. It led to her waking up, walking to the closet and then collapsing in the closet and her mom found her body. The title track has grown on me. No, it's a good song because it's like it comes in my rotation of like new songs. So Pedal is a good song. I like the closer. I like the closer of the album. Oh well, is clearly trying to chase a trend, but it's passable. The rest of the tracks are either forgettable or drowned in auto tune. And to me, knowing that she could sing, girl, why are you singing with so much damn auto tune? And that's a gripe I had with the album. You're Ariana Grande. Why are you using auto tune? What did London do to you? It's definitely trying to be Imogen Heap, but it sounds like people loved her as Mini Mariah and Blackfish and Era. Well, that's where her best music came from. When she was trying to be like the disciple of Mariah and doing the whole Blariana era, where she was darker than Raven and singing them, yeah, yeah, yeah. They're doing all that in her songs. I'm like, so, and you know what I think it is too? Now that I think about it, we are talking about the blackfish and all this stuff. Maybe she's having an identity crisis because you notice, like, with every era or whatever, be it an album, a movie, like people were talking about how the way she was talking, like she was talking like how Glinda talks. She was talking like that in the press. She was talking like that in her regular life. And then, like, you're portraying this character, you're embodying these different voices, and you're doing this. I was like, who are you? It just felt like maybe in so many ways she's having an identity crisis and doesn't know who she is. So you're embodying all these different characteristics, but who is the real you? Who is the real Ariana? And I think that's something when she's on this little break, she needs to figure out who that person really is, and not this persona that you put on to get the success you have from in the industry. I really do hope a step away from public work is code for rehab. I don't know if she has an ED, if it's hugs, or if it's an illness, but she needs help. I love her too much. Well, I hope it's not an illness because that'd be another sad situation where it's like people's out here talking about Chadwick Boseman. He too skinny. Kind of found out he had cancer and he was dying, and people felt bad. Also, I don't know if you've clocked this, but I'm Zion commenting on your Facebook post. I just couldn't wait to know your opinion on Petal. Did I even see your comment? She definitely struggles with an identity crisis. Secure people don't change their personality, voice, accent, or style of clothing every time. Like Austin Butler, time to go to therapy. Yeah, he does. Like now, all of a sudden, he's talking like Elvis. I'm like, sir, you played that role like 4 years ago. It's time to like, who are you really? Anyway, right. Um, let's get into this. Where are we going? All right, let's get into this Britney story because we had a Britney story earlier and we got another one. So Britney apparently, they according to reports, and that report being Radar Online, so take it with a grain of salt, but they're saying her recent car antics is could put her in jail possibly. And yes, she's not getting behind the wheel, but they're saying that her distracting whoever's driving while she on the passenger side of a best friend's ride, but more than likely it's her ride because who else car would she be in? She's not allowed to drive no more. But she has a driver. And with her doing whatever kookiness that she's doing in the car is causing a commotion and a distraction for the driver. And they're saying, well, her doing all of this could get her in jail. And why she might just have to Uber eat or Uber everything to the damn house. Like they want you to be a recluse in your house forever. You shouldn't even be on the road. That's how bad they saying this is. So cops contacted, sorry, the pop princess, who's 44, after photos show her standing through the sunroof of a moving vehicle on an LA busy highway. This is remember we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. The toxic singer recently avoided jail time by pleading guilty to a lesser charge in her DUI case, but her bizarre behavior could put her behind bars, saying, quote, this just wasn't just a courtesy call. This is what an insider told Radar Online. Given Britney's recent legal issues, authorities felt they had to reach out. They wanted to send a very clear message that behavior like this is dangerous and can't happen again. Now, in the photo, Spears was seen with her arms stretched out in the air as a Mercedes SUV traveled through traffic before pulling into a nearby gas station. And you know, Britney loves a gas station. When you left me all alone at the gas station. Can you imagine Britney singing that damn song? Britney believed traffic has slowly, oh, well, sorry, they said Britney believed traffic has slowed to a crawl. This is what a source told Radar Online. She wasn't trying to be reckless or make headlines. She simply didn't stop to think about how risky it looked or how quickly something could have gone wrong. Well, maybe something about Britney, she lacks impulse control. I don't know if it has anything to do with like she was always like that, or it has something to do with when she was in a conservatorship and they fried her brain, allegedly. So now she has no impulse control. She just does weird, crazy stuff and doesn't think about the consequence of the things that she does. But she needs somebody to be around her who points out, girl, what are you doing? But then again, she might look at it as, you just nitpicking at every little thing I do. I can't do nothing. I can't look out the window. I can't put my arms out. Girl, did you not see that episode of 6 Feet Under when they was having like a little, I think it was a bridal party, whatever the case was, that lady stuck her head out the sunroof. And when, they passed a certain situation, she was missing the head. So you don't want these things like that to happen, and you just be out here doing crazy stuff. If you want to jump out in the front on the hood of your car and do other stuff, do that at home. You are not Tawny Katane auditioning to be in a damn White Snake video. You need to just stay in the car, go from point A to point B, go get what you need to get from whatever gas station or the little 7-Eleven or whatever it is that y'all stopping at and keep it moving. But you be doing crazy stuff out here. You know all of this stuff is going to make the news. Any little thing, yes, is up for scrutiny when it comes to Britney because Britney has at this point laid a foundation that she's always doing some crazy stuff. So yeah, any little thing you do, the press is going to make a big deal out of it. And you can't be out here doing mess and then getting mad at people that reporting the mess. It's the same thing like when you went to that little restaurant and you was walking around with a butter knife in your hand and you had the food that you was eating all over the floor and you were making barking noises and all other stuff. And it just so happened that Jeff Snyder, Hollywood scooper, was in the order was there eating, meeting with a source for a different story, and you happen to show up in there. He had the exclusive tea. And people was getting mad at him for revealing it to you. I'm like, that's his job. He's in media. And if I happen to be in somewhere where I'm doing media stuff, I'm gonna bring it up. Of course I'm gonna bring it up. So let's not act brand new. Where we're not gonna sit up in here and bring up tea that's been going on if you had the opportunity to bring the shit up. Like everybody always like, how dare you bring up her business? If you was in a room and Britney happened to come in there, you'd be telling it all to TMZ for a fee. So now, as Radar Online readers know, Spears avoided jail time after pleading guilty to a wet, reckless charge related to her March arrest on suspicion of DUI. She was sentenced to 12 months probation, a 3-month alcohol program, and fined $571 by a judge. She also continuing mental health treatment and is subject to search and seizure of her vehicle and can only be in possession of drugs with a valid prescription. Well, I feel like y'all giving her way more chances in a lot of these situations because of, I guess, her status or whatever. So yeah, I feel like y'all are babying her a little too much. I'm not saying that we have to resort to throwing her in jail or whatever because she's not learning her lesson. But I think at this point, I don't like the way that the family did her in regards to the conservatorship. But Brittany definitely is not all the way there. She's not well, and she definitely needs a guardian. Someone who can really look out for her, someone who can keep her on the straight and narrow, somebody who can keep her on track, someone who basically can help her keep her finances and everything else in order. Because I feel like, yeah, after the trauma of what her father did to her and all other stuff, that girl's brain is all kinds of fucked up. And it could be due to like the electroshock therapy, allegedly, and all the lithium they was putting her on, and the way they was putting her in those psych holes and all that. She's been through a lot. And I really want her to, I'm rooting for her and I want her to get better. But if you're not willing to put in the work, what do you do? I don't want to see history repeat itself. I hope this is a wake up call because, yeah, maybe in your mind you're looking at it as like it's a harmless stunt, but a lot of times people don't mean things and it ends up escalating. Y'all remember that viral video that went out back in the day where a girl was playing with her friend? Because there's been an AI video that's been floating around all over social media of a girl who has on a parachute and everything, and her friend pushes her out of the plane. And the friend goes and, as a reflex, grabs her friend who doesn't have a parachute or anything on. And she's like flying in the air. The guy jumps out and like, I got you, I got you. First of all, it looked amateurish. I did post up, of course, everybody like, it's AI, it's AI, it's AI. No, it's fucking AI. Sometimes we posting shit just to get a rise out of y'all. Yeah, I be algorithm hustling too. We all in on it. So I posted the video. Of course, everybody couldn't wait to get up in the thing because it's like, yeah, if you're an amateur parachuter or skydiver, you're not gonna have people up on the plane with no parachute on. Everybody's getting up in that plane got something on. And if you're gonna jump out and you've never done it before, you're gonna have somebody attached to you so that way when y'all jump out the plane, he's gonna pull the parachute. So, because they know about how many feet they can go and jump and stuff. I would love to do a parachuting. That would be a lot of fun. I do it in America because we sue happy out here. I would never do it in a foreign country. I would do it in America because they make you sign all kinds of documents. So, um, but the point I was trying to get to, because I almost forgot my damn train of thought, is the fact that when you have these type of things, Brittany, you just have to think before you do stuff. So what it was that this girl went and pushed her friend, and I think she fell like off a high thing into the water and broke all her bones and everything. Like she paralyzed. The friend who did the pushing, and she didn't mean anything. Like, it was a joke. She pushed the friend, fell in deep into the water, whatever, broke limbs. She's paralyzed, as I said. The friend got arrested. The friend got jail time because of what she did. It wasn't like attempted murder or whatever. But when y'all be out here thinking, oh, it's just jokes and I'm playing around, all this other stuff, you never know, like based on certain laws in certain places, with that little joke, how serious it can get. So just think, just think. Well, it might be hard for Brittany at this point, 'cause like I said, that brain of hers is figgy pudding. But just think before you do things and don't just react. I guess me being a Virgo, I overthink everything. So I think before I do a lot of stuff. But just think before you react to things, because what you see as harmless could end you up in jail for who knows how long, however long they give you. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this tea regarding Britney and the possibility where they're saying, according to this story, that she could be flirting with jail time because, like, yeah, even though you're not behind the wheel of your car, but the antics you're doing in that car that could potentially put you, the passenger, the driver, and people on the road in danger, could end you up in prison because it's a violation of your little probation situation. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. If I clocked that you was Xeon Xeon. He said they made fun of Madonna for the British accent, but it wasn't an identity crisis. She was married to a Brit. Yeah, it was like you were trying to embody this whole British situation, and it wasn't. I don't know. I guess it wasn't working. People will mock him because it's like, okay, girl, you overdoing it. Change talking to your British accent. You're sounding more like Mrs. Doubtfire. And it says she's in LA still doing things that is so allowed in the South. The Southern lifestyle isn't common in LA. Time to move where the Southern girl can be her true Southern nature. Yeah, just get you a nice little house down South, but she don't want to do that. She want to stay in LA. Maybe because everything there's, everything that she needs is there. It's kind of like um what the hell's his name that I was talking about, whose show I worked yesterday? J. Cole, when he was talking about his show, he was talking about in New York. Y'all don't realize how spoiled y'all are. Like how we have everything. We got two of everything. We got two hockey teams, two baseball teams, two football teams, two basketball teams. And how we have like everything at our disposal, like all different types of food and different, like everything is. That's probably why everything is so damn expensive here, because we have so much stuff, like, especially if you're in Manhattan, like you could just turn somewhere and you could just have it brought to you or whatever. So yeah, we are definitely spoiled in New York. And he was about like how he's from North Carolina and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I don't take none of that stuff for granted. Because I'm aware like in New York we have a lot of stuff. I think in LA it is too, but the difference between New York and LA, everything in LA is spread out. So you have to Uber Eats all of that old stuff to you. I'm not saying that we don't Uber Eats things here as well, but you know what I'm saying. So there is that. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's get into this Tamar and Kandi Burruss beef. So after everything that's been going on with Kandi Burruss and Tamar, and the whole Tamar coming out trying to play like she was a victim in a recent interview that she did, where she was talking about that I was being nice to her at the Essence Festival. I don't understand why she's throwing shade. And my thing, and I said from the beginning, and I'm glad that Kandi confirmed this. I'm not saying she watches the show, but I'm glad she confirmed what I was saying. This is based off me just being a human being and knowing how people are that tend to try you and gaslight you. When you've been known to do real shady shit to me, and in the public, you trying to perpetuate a certain image, but behind the scenes, you doing real shady, shisty mess and trying to get a rise out of me and trying to play the victim. And then you got people out here, oh, I don't see nothing wrong with Tamar did. She did the right thing. She was up there trying to be nice to Kandi, and Kandi, I was like, no, first of all, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you to the when they go low, we go high. If you are notorious for gaslighting and being nasty and being mean and calling me a bitch and calling me all different names, and then in public, how you doing? And it's like, because you do all that because the press is there and the cameras and all that stuff, and you expected me to be Michelle Obama in this bitch? I don't think so. I'm gonna be Miss Petty as in Minaj. It's like I'm gonna be petty. I'm gonna be shady. And I'm not giving you what you want because you want to rise, you wanna perpetuate a certain image, and you expected me to act out of line. And so Kandi finally came on social media and she went on her Speak On It podcast with her what's his name? His friend, her friend, DJ A1. where they basically talked about a plethora of topics. So they talked about the housewives, they talked about a bunch of things before they got to what we really tuned in for. And so it is a bit lengthy. I want y'all to hear from her mouth. She even came out and called Todd a member of the LGBTQ community, try to call Todd gay. Now, last time I checked, this Muppet looking bitch was up in here trying to act like she's an ally to the community. And didn't I tell you that a lot of girls like her how they are? Oh, you an ally until somebody step out of line. Then you all types of sissies, punks, and faggots. Or you want to call somebody and say they gay. But you got a whole bunch of gays around you like we ain't nothing but a bunch of goddamn accessories. And you know that there's been gays that have gotten her ass together before. Funky Dineva had to read her ass down to the ground for a good 40 minutes. Jason Lee just read her down to the ground on a recent interview. Craig the writer Stewart had to gather her ass when they was over there doing that fag talk traveling situation. She was in the audience trying to be cute, calling him a girl. And he's like, bitch, I ain't no damn girl. Yes, I may be a gay man. Yes, I may suck dick. Yeah, I may stick my dick in some ass. But one thing I'm not is a girl. I don't have titties. I don't have a pussy. I don't want to fuck a pussy. I'm not trying to be a woman. So just because I may be a butch queen or whatever the case is, don't mean I'm a girl and you don't get to call me girl because we not girls. We not your friend like that. I'm not cool with you like that. So you don't get the authority or the wherewithal to call me anything except me by my motherfucking name. If I even want you to call me that. So I do have the video. I'll play out the video because I feel like, it's lengthy. It's a show. Y'all can get whatever y'all need to get out of it. I will cut it at some point, but I want y'all to get a gist of what Kandi had to say. Please hold.
I'll say this.
Go ahead.
Essence Festival was a few weeks back.
Yeah.
There was a video circulating of you, I believe it was Miss Mona Scott Young, our good friend Monica, the iconic Missy Elliott. Was Tyrese in the building?
Yeah, he was one of the presenters.
Yeah.
And Sherry Shepherd.
Sherry Shepherd, our good friend Sherry.
She was a presenter. Brandy.
Oh, and Brandy was there.
An award winner.
Yes, for sure. So beautiful event. Beautiful event. But I saw a video circulating that showed that you weren't too it painted you out as though you weren't too intrigued to be in the presence of someone. Now this is in color, y'all. This ain't me talking. This is in color. Somebody walked in the room and you weren't too well because I know you. I actually hit you after I saw it, and I said, "Well, you didn't look like you was too pleased at the presence of someone." Now we're gonna tiptoe around this shit. We're gonna
Hell no, we ain't tiptoeing around shit.
All right, well,
You're talking about Tamar Braxton.
Okay, there we go.
I do not like that bitch. I'm just gonna be straight up. I do not like that bitch. I do not like her. She is a fake ass bitch to me. And no, I was not finna be fake with her motherfucking ass at that place. I was sitting there looking at her crazy because I'm like, why is she over here and like she's trying to shake my hand in here when this lady talks crazy about me on a regular basis on the internet.
So
all the fucking time. And then, first of all, and for the people who say I left her out of the picture, that is not true. I posted the pictures with the people who were being presented an award. So the award winners and the presenters. That was who was supposed to be on the stage. I don't even know why she was on the stage. She was not presenting and she did not win anything. So I was like, I don't know why she's up here doing this fake ass interaction that she's doing.
You handled it very well.
Apparently, she at the world, when I say the people, I mean the people who are watching, she had y'all thinking that I'm a mean girl. But let me just say, she gives a very false representation of what be going on. This lady is constantly trying to gaslight me on a regular basis. Okay, so that was just a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah, July 4th.
July 4th.
4th, yeah.
This past weekend. On Saturday. What day was that?
July 25th.
On July 25th. So a few weeks later, I'm at a party here in Atlanta. I'm coming in late. I walk into the party. It's like dark. I'm walking in and she's walking out. As she's walking by me, she says, after she done passed by me, to be clear, she says, bitch. I had not said anything to this woman.
Well, that changes things. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. I want people to know because normally when she and I have these interactions, I never really tell my side of the story. She's always the one to be running around telling everything. She didn't go around saying nothing this time because I paid her dust. So she wasn't able to gaslight me like she was trying to at this party. And I didn't give her nothing to be able to say. But she walked past me and it says, bitch. Okay. So I kept my stride. Because I'm walking into the party. It was a party that the theme was like a strip club. I'm walking in with a bag full of money. So I'm just keep walking.
I'm walking in with a bag full of money.
And was.
KB, you wouldn't even have to have the bag, but you are the money.
I'm just saying, it was a cool little party of someone that I respect.
Yeah.
But had not even met yet.
Okay.
I don't want to say the person's name.
Right.
But somebody that I respect.
Cool guy.
I was coming to a party at a home.
Okay.
So I'm not coming there to be ghetto and alley, to be clear. And so this woman walked past me and said, bitch, I paid her dust. And I kept walking. Going to the party, I go and I speak. Marlo's there, hey girl. Then I see Portia, hey girl. We all giving each other love. I sit down by Portia. Next thing I know, I'm talking to Portia. Next thing I know, she done walked back into the party now. The party that which she had already left out of. She done came back, come hovering around the area of which I was.
Okay.
You know how people be wanting you to say something.
Mm-hmm.
They purposely coming in your vicinity. So then her dude, whoever she was there with, it was a big, tall guy. He comes and sit down right next to me, which was like kind of behind me with his bottle or whatever. He was sitting there. So that's when I was sitting there like, because I don't really know what the situation is. But I'm like, why he sitting right here?
Right.
She right there. So, you know me. I always want to know what time it is. So I turned to him. I said,
shook his hand.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello, Mr. Sir.
Just to be like,
what the fuck you want?
Yeah.
I'm Mr.
Who are you? He's just like, hey, how you doing? All right. Okay. Then I noticed the security people is coming. The security people come in to just stand there in that area. And they was like, Kandi, you good? You good? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Should I not be? Like, because I know this bitch ain't finna do nothing. She just loves to do, y'all just don't understand. Me and her done have plenty of interactions.
I know this bitch ain't finna do nothing.
Yeah, but I'm like, the dude that sit down, now the security come back around something. I'm like, and they was like, no, we just,
making sure.
I was like, well, he's with her or something. They was like, yeah. I was like, okay. Because mind you, I was late to the party. They had already been there. Next thing I know, so the other security person came. So I turned to him. And I said, is there a reason that since you came and sat right here, that the security people is coming over here? Like, is there a reason for that? And he's like, I don't know, like whatever. So in my mind now, I'm like really tripping because I'm just sitting here like, okay, this is clearly some dude that she was with, like, why did he just sit right? Like my mind is playing all these scenarios in my head. Anyway, so then here she come, bring her ass right there, the straddle over him next to me. Like, it was like she came over there and then she doing all this and leaning all over it. And I was sitting there like, is she purposely, like when I say right here, after you just called me a bitch outside the door?
She wants you to say something to her.
She wants me to say something.
Is this a no phone event?
Yes, it was a no phone event. They took our phones.
Okay.
So it wasn't a thing where we could like videotape what is happening here. So anyway, I ended up.
So she might just been fucking with you because it ain't like she was doing the shit so motherfucker can get it. She might just been fucking with you.
What I'm saying is,
bitch was testing your gangster.
She purposely does this. She does this and is trying to get a reaction out of me because to the public, she got y'all thinking that I'm some sort of bully, that I'm a mean girl. This ain't the first time. Let me tell you something. There's another thing that let me just tell you. It's so many things that have happened that y'all don't even be privy to. Oh, fucking yeah. Last year, 2025. Remember, it was something that she had been talking trash about me online or whatever. And then on the red carpet, I was asked about it. And then I said, well, if you deal with clowns, then you'll be a part of the circus or something like that.
That's a great response. Actually, I'm going to take that.
Oh, she texted me. Well, this clown knows that your husband is a part of the LGBTQ community. I actually saw him on a date with a man. So come join the prep circus. Said another word about me, bitch. I'm releasing the proof. Like I told your non-singing lying ass, this ain't the Housewives, bitch.
Now,
this is what she texted me. And I did not reply. But not even long, it was right around the time she said this text was the same time was not long after that, she was on a podcast with Nene. It was like, we love her. I respect her. We want you to do great. We want you to do well. But she sent this text. Oh, mind you, the text came the day before my play was supposed to be starting that year.
Which play, Kandi?
Othello.
Thank you.
Last year before Othello. So the day before the red carpet thing.
See what I did there?
Yeah, no, I'm saying day before the red carpet, that weekend of the play, that's what she texted me. I did not respond because I'm like, anytime I have something going on major, she always seems to put my name in the press or do something or try to gaslight me or try to make me seem like this person.
Attachment.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, her flame is being lit by my fire. You feel what I'm saying? So that particular time, I was like, I'm not going to let that. I'm not finna go back and forth with her because I'm not going to allow it to, come and put negative energy on what I was a part of at the time. But now at the Essence Awards, Essence Fest, when we were getting an award, then she comes over there knowing we don't fuck with each other. Right. So why are you over here pretending in front of the people to have me like you want to shake hands and say something nice to me when you know you ain't nice to me, lady? And then now I'm here for an award or something positive, and here you online, oh, they're mean girls of Atlanta. What? At the end of the day, I know she gonna have something to say about this. I don't care.
For sure. So
at the end of the day, y'all can say what y'all want. This lady is constantly saying stuff to me when y'all don't know. And you see her online when she do be saying stuff that you do know. The stuff that she be saying is not true. The bitch, first of all, just as according to that text, Tyler's not gay. This bitch was just saying shit to try to rile me up, to make me mad. You know what I mean? Same way when we had our interaction, you were there that year that you went around telling everybody that me and Todd tried to threaten her or whatever, lying ass bitch. But it just pissed me off because, and then remember this. Remember when the conversation happened? She didn't say nothing on the internet that night.
She didn't.
Nothing. She didn't say nothing the next day. We had a whole week between. We had a whole nother show. Didn't say nothing. Waited till she left the show and then posted on the internet. Oh, guess who? I was threatened by her and her husband. As if it had just happened.
It was.
And it was a whole week later. So that's why I'm saying.
2 weeks later, because we actually spoke about it on our other show, on Can't Cut the Nights, remember?
Right, whenever.
It
was not the night that me and her had an argument. Right. So my point is she's constantly doing stuff to push my buttons, trying to make me react.
Well, clearly it's not working.
The other day, I was like, I'm cute, bitch. Walking in here with a bag full of money. I'm not. At somebody's house who I respect. I'm not finna I'm finna be in here at the ghetto with you. Not finna do it.
So let me ask you this, Kandi. Mm-hmm. Now that we know it's cracking, we know how you feel. Can we dead this shit? Is it over with?
I was trying to dead it a long time ago. Did you hear me just say she came up to me not come up to me. She walked past me, calling me bitch. She just wanted me to turn around and say something. So then she go back to y'all and say, she's a mean girl and she's picking on me. That's what she wants to do. She always wants to do that to me, A1.
Well, that's going to happen again when this comes out.
Yeah, and I ain't going to respond because she could go have at it. Have a good time. Because just remember this, bitch. I'm the one that got something going on. And you're the one with she loves to tell y'all how I can't sing, I can't do nothing. You the one who can sing so beautifully, but don't nobody give a fuck about it. Because the only reason you ever get airtime lately is when you're talking about me or you're talking about somebody else. You're doing something negative. And if that's what you want to be known for is negative bullshit, keep doing what you're doing. Other than that, I would suggest learn how to be a lady. Learn how to carry yourself in public. Learn how to carry yourself on the internet. And learn how to handle your business without being known for drama. Now, since I don't want to be known for drama, I'm going to leave this right here. But I mean it when I say it. No, I won't be shaking your hand. No, I won't be acknowledging your motherfucking presence anytime I see you.
Okay, so we're going to stop it there because I feel like y'all got enough of, we got enough tea in regards to that whole situation. We don't need to go further, but yeah, there y'all have it. Y'all got the full story. Well, you got not the full story. You got pretty much Kandi's side of the situation. And I agree with her. There's no way in hell, no shade, that I'm going to, well, all tea, all shade, I guess I should say, that I'm not partaking in the bullshit. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of constantly gaslighting me, of constantly going out and saying negative stuff about me and trying to perpetuate a certain narrative. And I'm just going to let it go and you're going to try to get away with it. And I got people online accusing me of being a mean girl because you've been out here gaslighting people into believing a certain thing and acting a certain way and thinking, oh, Candy's nasty, oh, Candy's this, Candy's that. I don't know Kandi all that well. I know she ain't, nobody's a saint. But at the same time, when you look down on it, Tamar has been the common denominator in a lot of drama that has been going on with a lot of people. So we're not going to sit up here and try to act like Tamar ass is innocent in this shit. She was over there stirring the pot with them girls over there on the reel. She was over here getting in drama with her own damn sisters. Tawanda can't even stand her ass. Like, she was over there getting in drama with her sisters over there on the Braxtons. Like I said, she got into a Funky Dineva and Jason Lee, but I feel like she be out here trying to use the gay black media as a way to, because she likes mess. She likes controlling the narrative and getting caught up in stuff. So you was out here using the black bloggers, the gay bloggers, and trying to butter up with them. And I guess trying to manipulate and use things in her favor. And she definitely gives that. And it's like, we could be cool with it. What you're not going to do is use me for a moment. You're not going to use me for clout because, bitch, I will drag you every which way for Sunday. And I'm saying that for anybody. I will turn you every which way but loose. And so y'all can't just be out here poking the bear, as I always say, and telling her how mad to get. And she was out here poking Kandi. And I'm glad a lot of people said, I believe her. I believe her. So finally y'all waking up. But that ain't all, because earlier when we talked about Kandi, where Kandi said that Tamar accused Todd of being a part of the Levitical Plus community, Gay Magazine did a article on it, and the gays, they calling her a fake ally, which, quiet as it's kept, I kind of felt like she was anyway. Because when you was out here making stereotypical things like all us gays be out here doing drag or hair, makeup, and nails and all this stuff, we're like these stereotypical femme queens. And like I said before, Craig over there at Factor had to get her ass together because she was out here trying to stereotype the black homosexuals. And he had to gather her like, bitch, no, we ain't all like that. Or whatever it is you like hanging out with, because you around a lot of them sissies and punks in fucking Atlanta. We not all like that. I ain't from Atlanta, I'm from New York. But there's layers to us. We're not just these little stereotypes that the media tries to perpetuate. So I went over to Gay Magazine because I saw like they had this little article, whatever, in regard to about, her LGBTQ allyship was being questioned after Kandi said what she said about her. So Tamar Braxton is receiving criticism after Kandi Burruss shared an alleged homophobic text message she said she received from the singer. You already saw the video, so we're going to recap. In recent months, Tamar has been vocal about Black women being prescribed PrEP, which is pre-exposure prophylaxis. And I do agree that women should take PrEP. PrEP should not be an only thing for men, for gay men. And as someone who has worked within the constraints of community outreach, especially with HIV and AIDS, which I was doing with ACQC, shout out to them. I've always been an advocate for women should use PrEP as well. It's not only just for men, particularly gay men. Women should be protecting themselves out here. HIV don't discriminate. Now, in recent months, she's been vocal about Black women being prescribed PrEP, and she even secured a partnership around the initiative. I think somebody else who's a woman also secured something with that. Now, just last month, Tamar Braxton joined trans actress Amaya Scott along with other panelists to advocate for PrEP access and awareness for Black women. So now I should say that people are questioning her allyship. Hold on, because I got to look at it from my phone. They said that fans and critics alike question her allyship with the LGBTQ plus community, saying the alleged message perpetuates harmful HIV stigma about gay men. So, look, one of my friends, DJ Baker, said, I feel like we tackled this before and she still got an endorsement. That's why I keep saying y'all need to stop giving all this tuna salad endorsements and focus on the real people who give a fuck about our community. But no, because Tamar Braxton is whatever she is, she's infamous, because I ain't saying she's famous. She's more infamous than anything. That's what a lot of, especially the Black gay community, they gravitate toward the problematic ones. So one person said that's not anti-LGBT, it's a PrEP circus. Another person said, yet even with this coming out, she's still going to get booked for Pride events. Y'all let these microaggressions slip past y'all and let it slide. Not I. You thought about what you wanted to write in your text. You read it before you sent it, so I feel no ways. But hey, y'all booked Kaya for Pride. That should tell y'all a lot. Yes, Tamar may have been a champion for PrEP and LGBTQ rights and everything, but you can also be a little bit home of prejudice in some ways. I agree with that. Shout out to Pretty Boy Will 92 for that post. Another person said Tamar always shoots herself in the foot. And it didn't have to be done by Tory Lane's chair. So then another person said, let's not be dense. Tamar brought up PrEP within the context of accusing Kandi's ex-husband of being gay and threatened to put him to out him in an effort to retaliate against Kandi. Her text weaponized the stigma that clouds the gay community. Whether that was her intention or not, that weaponization was a byproduct of her words. At best, it was reckless. At worst, malicious. Either way, Tamar should be held accountable. Full stop. I'll read a couple more that we move on. In other words, are we surprised? Let's call a thing a thing. Black women generally, not all, see gay men as an accessory, a trend, a gay chat GPT to crack DL codes, and not okay. That was a bar. A gay chat GPT to crack DL codes. I live for that. and an entertaining good time, but use the very thing they love and support as an insult. That is not new. Absolutely. This is one of the main reasons a lot of cis women aren't on PrEP. The idea that it's only for gay men and cis women who are with DL men. Tamar's text perpetuates stereotypes and false narratives that are leaving cis women vulnerable because most women actually get HIV from heterosexual male partners. The data shows this time and time again. Okay, I'm a let's read a couple more and we good. So I've had the opportunity to work with Tamar Braxton multiple times and have been in her personal space on many occasions. When I say we were locked in, I truly mean that. Based on my personal experience, she is absolutely not homophobic. If anything, she genuinely loves and supports. Okay, well, two things can be true at the same time. You can love and support the LGBT community, but the stereotypical sides of it. But when it comes around to you wanting to be messy, then you want to weaponize gay stereotypes. That ain't fully supporting the LGBTQ community. So you could tag her and talk about that you was kikiing with her all you want. She's wrong. And like I said, two things can be true. I wasn't even reading the rest of that shit. Now, another person said, Tamar tells everyone to take PrEP. That's why she's a spokesperson. They're talking about this is a reach. No, bitch, you reaching because your mind can't comprehend beyond what actually that this shit is multi-layered. Another person, I remember when Tamar's mom went off on her during the Ayanla Van Zant TV show. I understood it then and I understood it now. She's forever taken out of the side. Oh, sorry. I think they meant she's forever talking out of the side of her neck. So I don't think that she will be removed as a PrEP spokesperson. It is what it is. She got her little partnership. She getting a little coin totter because the music ain't selling. Y'all not buying that. Y'all not supporting that. So that's why she has to continue being messy and causing antics and fighting with Kandi online. Now I'm sure Kandi got a lot of views on that video. I closed the video, so I don't even know how many people watched it. But I was like, for the most part, y'all got the juice, the gist. I had to speed up a little bit because y'all talk a little slow down in Atlanta. That's not shade, but just get to the point. So there you have it. And I'm sure, like she said, Tamar's gonna come out and tell her side. I think we moved on from this. Let's put it to bed. Just face it, Tamar, you messy. You trying to throw the rock and hide your hand, and you got called out. And Kandi brought the receipts. So let's all move on from this. Because I'm ready to move on to bigger and better gossip. Because there's always mess to be spilled, messy tea to be spilled on this damn show. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Kandi finally bringing out the receipts in regards to the drama that she had to deal with Tamar Braxton and finally telling us how to say, I'm getting tired of your shit. So now I got to tell my side of the story. So let me know what y'all think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, you said Leland Vittert of News Nation is saying the part that Republicans are keeping quiet, the Democrats fail to think people would vote Trump in 2024. Child, we already know all of this. It's like we know all of this. We don't need y'all to keep talking about what people keep not saying and what they say. I'm hearing it all the time in the political space, but apparently people got to keep being reminded over it. First of all, fuck Meg McCabe. We don't care what she got to say. Tales of Tamar are making her come off like those white women that start something with black folks. Then they put on a show of being distressed when the black person reacts. She's like a Blaren. Tamar needs to be careful because one day she's going to run into the wrong one that will cry, and she will cry and boo-hoo. Yeah, she's going to run into the wrong one because remember, wait, hold on. Because it was like, didn't at one point K. Michelle said she wanted to fight her? She said, I want to beat that bitch ass. Um, it was like, okay, that's a little ghetto, but sometimes when these girls be working your nerve, sometimes the only way they learn is by wanting to fight. Because some people don't learn the other way. And one day, like I said, when people run over the mouth, they're gonna say something to the wrong person. That person gonna knock their teeth in the back of their throat. But anyway, so y'all, we are down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four topics of the evening, if you could please do me a solid, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, do all the things to help this messy show get out there in this good old algorithm. Because we likes the algorithm. We gotta always try to find a way to fight the algorithm over here. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into this mess, courtesy of TMZ. So apparently, fans are out here upset with Nicki, aka MAGA Minaj, because apparently she's now trying to charge her fans to see her crazy rants over there on Twitter. Because Elon Musk is down with the bullshit. So, and she's been out here ranting about Fauci, which she was getting dragged online, rightfully so, because she don't know what the hell she talking about. Because you sit there talking about Dr. Fauci and the stuff, and they talking about, girl, you got a whole bunch of injections in your ass. Like, you put all kinds of farm products in your behind, and you got the nerve to sit out here talking about don't trust vaccines. Get off my line with the bullshit. So, Nicki Minaj announced that she got a new subscription service on Twitter on Friday, telling her followers she had finally opened a paid section of her account. She said, I finally did it. You can now subscribe to my X account. It's for people who want to have fun, think deep, deep as a pond, think deeper, grow, learn, laugh, cry, cuss people out, look cute sometimes, be yourself at all times, elevate, levitate, meditate, exclusive spaces, and content. Welcome aboard. This comes as Nicki recently took aim at Dr. Fauci following his recent appearances before Congress. And because you got apartheid Clyde running that old cesspool of an app, of course she's going to be down with the trolling and the mess and all that other stuff because he encourages that foolishness. He also encourages misinformation. So she's perfectly at home over there on Twitter. So Nicki's latest post was accompanied by an image of a smiling dog. Of course, she always does the tight-ass Chucky shit. Like, girl, get a new hobby and a new idea. So she had Chucky in a damn pink wig. And rather than focusing on promised content, several users immediately questioned why the successful rapper was asking followers to pay for access to her posts and online conversations. Because there was something about she got a six-figure debt. This is according to TMZ. They posted something that I saw earlier where this about she got a six-figure debt. She also got a sweet tooth and an outstanding hotel bill. Like all of this stuff was coming out. So when people want to, if any of her trashy ass barbs want to come in here with the bullshit, there's evidence. You can look the shit up over on social media. Google is free. Y'all know how it works. Y'all like to use it to run your goddamn mouth and spew information and always want to call people, you want clout, you want this, you want that. But when it comes time to actually do the research and use Google for what it's used for, y'all all of a sudden your fingers don't fucking work. Now you got carpal tunnel and arthritis in your goddamn fingers. So now, one person wrote, what happened to Billionaire Barbie? Why are we begging for subscriptions on Twitter? I'm glad you actually dead named it because it ain't no damn X. It's fucking Twitter. Another user was even more direct, posting, if you're broke, why don't you just say that? Others suggested Minaj was looking for extra money to handle her legal expenses, which I just brought up, which none of the commenters provided evidence that her subscription launch was connected to any court dispute. Well, nobody said that there's evidence. The fact of the matter is people just wondering, like, if you got all this money, why are you setting up subscriptions? And why would I be giving Elon Musk any of my money? Like, I'm always getting hounded with, well, if you want to write long form, this, that, and the other, you got to give. I'm like, why am I paying for some damn Twitter? I'm paying for that shit. Fuck Twitter. I use it to post my posts and everything on there, like my stuff on my website. But other than that, I'm not giving money to no damn Elon Musk. I would never give him a dime of what I got going on. Then they said, here she go begging for money again so she could pay her legal disputes. Another person encouraged the Barbs to sign up while mocking the rapper's finances. Come on, Barb, subscribe to her. She need to pay them lawsuits she lost. Now, the criticism continued as some commenters claimed the subscription announcement showed Minaj is experiencing financial trouble despite her lengthy career and commercial success. But the fact of the matter is she ain't been out here doing nothing, because ever since she decided to align herself with Trump and spewing conspiracy theories and getting into fights with every female rapper under the sun and deciding to come out here and say shit about Jay-Z, and who's got a lot of influence and power in the music industry. And I know she pissed off at Lil Wayne, because Lil Wayne recently did an interview over there on that, that podcast that Selena Gomez's husband, Benny Blanco's a part of. He said one of his favorite rappers alive is Jay-Z, and you already know Nicki can't stand him. So if you got Weezy, who's supposed to be all part of the whole Young Money conglomerate, saying that's his favorite rapper, what's going on? Miley was good. What's going on with y'all little situation over here? So she's kind of been tossed by the wayside, and all she got going on, because there was a guy that was a public advisory or something for like like a social media advisor for Trump, and was saying that how they purposely sought out Nicki Minaj. The video was floating over there on the neighborhood talk, because that's where I saw it. So about they purposely sought her out, used her as a damn pawn, because after they saw Cardi B endorse Kamala Harris. So that's when he all of a sudden tried to connect Nicki Minaj over with Donald Trump or whatever, because he knew there was a beef between them. And so y'all don't see how all this shit work on social media? It's like he knew that Nicki and Cardi didn't get along. This was a way to spite, so you're out here using a black woman to get back at Cardi B because of her endorsement with Kamala Harris. So, and you was willing to be that pawn to play and participate in the foolishness, the tomfoolery, and the shenanigans. This is what we doing over here. And then realize you was played. Or maybe you knew you was played and you was down with the shits because maybe they threw money in your direction. Everybody knows when it comes down to anything democratic and y'all spewing information, misinformation, and the algorithm hustling and all that other stuff that a lot of them do, there's more money to be made in spreading misinformation and being negative and stuff online than it is to tell people the truth. There's way more money in that. So a lot of times these celebrities will run up in here and they'll jump on whatever they can because it's the popular thing in the moment. And acting like you're a damn conservative and spewing misinformation and telling people the wrong shit about vaccines and this, that, and the other, that's going to get you more money than anything else. It's kind of like when Hunter Biden went and called out Nick Fuentes on his bullshit regarding trying to equate being black people being thieves and all that other stuff, and Hunter Biden had to get his ass together. I do not believe that Nick Fuentes and all these other conservatives believe half the crap that they be out here saying. They do it because they know it's going to go viral, it's going to make them money, and it's all about algorithm hustling. They thrive on the negativity. Negativity sells. It always has. Long before speech replaced sign language. So whether or not she's going through financial problems, that's on her. I don't know. I'm not in her wallet. But all I know is she ain't been out here making, like, her money is not accumulating. Like, it's not making anything. Nobody's using her music in movies, whatever the case is. Like, she hasn't put any new music out. I remember she said she's gonna put out an album, which we all back then, around the time Cardi was gonna put out a record, which we already know that's always been her MO, that we go in and to get back at these other girls, I'm gonna say I'm putting out a record. The day came and went. Where's that? Where's the album? So you didn't put anything out. So this whole doing things for attention, whatever the case is, That's cute or whatever. If her fans want to continue to support that mess, if they want to sit and take whatever little scraps they got in their wallet and give it to her to hear her rant about a bunch of bullshit on Twitter, you be a fool and let her scam y'all out of y'all last bit of coin. Like Trump been scamming a lot of his followers out of their life savings and things of that nature. You can Google that too. Those stories are out there as well. So why are you begging? Why are you begging? In the words of my friend Jay the Lecturer, who put out a song called "Why Are You Gagging?" Yeah, that's a bitch track. So that's the remix. Why are we begging? So anyway, I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding MAGA Minaj out here looking like she's trying to scam her fans into paying for some damn tight ass paid subscription over there on Twitter so y'all can hear her rant about a bunch of damn nonsense. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Got this saw a post on Instagram stating that Marvel is pulling back on creating TV shows. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like when we was talking about that earlier, I definitely feel like they're pulling back. Like, what's the point of keeping Disney Plus? Like, what original program you gonna put an Avatar? I care less about fucking Avatar. So what do I need Disney Plus for? Y'all ain't got nothing on there worth watching. The only thing is my Disney Plus is connected to my Hulu and um HBO Max. Like I got a little bundle thing, so that's the only reason why I'm keeping it. um, why would I pay $10 for something I could witness for myself on Skid Row, child? And also, somebody gonna screenshot what she posted and put it on social media and make a whole story. You know how the blogs are. Like I don't follow her anyway, so the only time I find out about what Nikki's doing is if somebody reports on it and we talk about it here. But other than that, I was like, why would I pay for somebody to just say some stupid shit on Twitter? Ben can't remove Boy George after it was discovered to have AI. He said, "Now I know how." Oh, please! Now he won't play a victim like he a damn turf. Get out of here, tired ass. Rhymes with maggot. They don't allow AI in a lot of the music. So if you want to do music, you need to actually pay a producer, go in the studio and make the song and not be using computers because you don't know how to twiddle knobs and produce your own stuff. You out here using AI to make a tired ass song for attention. One hit wonder having ass. The only part of her pitch was enticing. Pitch was enticing was the idea of cussing her. Well, yeah, people gonna subscribe to cuss her ass out, right? But I'm not giving her money to say what I can say about her implant heavy self on my own account. And look, I got a show. I can say the shit here on my show. So if people have a problem with me saying what I want to say on my show, you can kiss my ass. And I'm just saying that in general. So it's like Nikki is scared to reactivate her Instagram because she knows she'll become the most unfollowed person on the app if she were to come back. That's why I said she knows staying on Twitter definitely gives her the credence to be the troll that she wants to be because of who runs it. I see through the bullshit. Like you ain't fooling nobody, sis. Yeah, but I definitely feel like she ain't releasing the music because she knows the fan base has weakened and she no longer guaranteed a #1 debut because a lot of her fans are disappointed with her following Trump. So now it's just like, okay, if this is the vine you want to die on, go ahead, sis. We done moved on. We're gonna support other artists. And like I said before, congratulations to Cardi B, who has 4 diamond singles. Because her recent one was WAP. So her wet ass pussy got her a 10-time platinum song with Megan Thee Stallion. While you up in there punching the damn air and being mad and ranting and raving on Twitter and fucking making different versions of Chucky, the new wig. Groundbreaking, in the words of Miranda Priestley. Anyway, let's move on to things that I don't think anybody gives a shit about at this point, but let's entertain it. So Ryan Murphy is thinking about rebooting Glee. Something I don't think anybody in their right mind asked for. So yeah, he's interested in rebooting Glee. I'll give my thoughts on that after the fact. But yeah, so we have American Horror Story coming out next month. Damn, I can't believe September is literally right around the corner. Like my birthday is literally a month from yesterday, September 2nd. And I'll be a year older. But anyway, so Ryan Murphy was on the red carpet for his new show, The Shards, which I definitely want to check out. It looks really good. I hope it doesn't fall in the same platform of like his other stuff. Starts out good, then ends up going straight to poop. So yeah, he was promoting The Shards this week when a reporter asked about his memories of the show. He turned into a major international pop culture and LGBTQ plus representational phenomenon. Excuse me, Glee. She didn't ask if he'd consider a reboot, a remake, or a reunion, but he went there and spoke fondly of the cast that started it all. Damn, I can't believe it was 17 years ago when that show came out. And now the internet is taking sides for and against a potential reboot. He said, "Well, I love them all. I had a great time making that show." This is what he told people on Monday. That show is interesting because it's come back around. So many young people now watch it. And I'm like, maybe we should revisit that show. No, just let them rewatch the show and live nostalgic. I don't think we need a new Glee series. I don't think so. I really don't. Not in this climate. I mean, child, quiet as it's kept. They need to put American Idol out of its damn misery. Now, it said, is the Outgate Uber producer of hit shows like Popular, Nip Tuck, American Horror Story, American Crime Story, 911, Pose. Oh, you're going to name his whole damn resume? Monster, and now The Shards, really contemplating a return to McKinley High School? My nostalgia and love for that show is enough that I'm like, well, maybe people would like to see a new incarnation of that in some capacity. So yeah, I love that show and I love what it became and what it meant to so many people, said Murphy. And his answer hit the interwebs harder than when Santana Lopez, sorry, played by the late Naya Rivera, came out to her family in season 3. So it would be nice to have that back again, a fan wrote in response to people's Instagram posts describing a reboot that's not off the table. Please don't, wrote another user. The original is so damn good, we don't need a new one for a new generation. Let the new generation enjoy the original. My gosh, not everything needs a reboot. And you know what? I'm with that user. Where I say, you know what, the original was so damn good for what it was. Now, don't get me wrong, it did kind of fall off like later on in the seasons, like everything else that Ryan Murphy tackles. But for the most part, I definitely feel like, no, let them look back on the old show. Let them enjoy it for what it was at the time in which it came out. Let them laugh and live for the songs and live nostalgic for the pop tracks that these kids was up in there singing and all that other stuff. And then let them live vicariously through that. Everything doesn't need to be rebooted for a new audience because I feel like you kill the magic of what the show was. And then on top of that, you feel like, oh, well, let's bring in for, the show's purposes. Let's see if we can get Leah Michelle to come make a cameo in the reboot, or Amber Riley, or what's the homosexual name, the one that went off to be a children's book author. Like, see if we can get Kurt, I will say that, or Blaine, and get Darren Chris to come back. So y'all always try to do, or Sue, is Sue still at the school as the gym teacher? It's like, just all, it's like, no, we don't, I don't, and then them doing that with a new cast, it's like, no, 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 we're good. Let them live vicariously through what we had growing up. And so we know, like, Glee left a lasting mark because it blended music, comedy, and drama. And people like the fact that the everything just worked at that time. I definitely think that we need more shows like that. I'm not saying it needs to be a carbon copy, but we need shows that kind of mixes that, where you got the comedy, the drama, music, all these other things, but it don't need to be Glee. You can come up with something completely different. And so, yeah, it seemed like at the end of the day, the Gleeks basically took on social media, and the majority was like, no, they don't want to reboot in one form or another. Like, one Glee, as y'all may or may not remember, ran for 6 seasons on Fox from 2009 to 2015. It won 6 Emmys and earned a total of 40 Emmy nominations. So, um, I think we pretty much established that we don't want another ugly reboot. We're good where we're at. So, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see Glee get a reboot now that it seemed like Ryan Murphy was waxing poetic and thinking back on it? Child, we need a couple more seasons of Pose before you could even think about making a reboot of some damn Glee. And you need to get American Horror Story write for once a full season of American Horror Story where it's good from beginning, middle, and end before you even think about rebooting Glee. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Ooh, all right. I think Nikki left Instagram because the Barbs aren't that loyal. Like she knows X, she was able to influence Barbs to be Republican. That can't happen on Instagram. And plus, she'll get dragged over there more so than on Twitter. Another reboot for something that's still very accessible and watchable today. Kayla said, we don't need a Glee reboot, given the show's curse and how Leah was a mean girl, but maybe more basically a stage actor not understanding how filmed acting is. Because you know what I think? Maybe Glee needs to be turned into a Broadway musical. Just kind of like how they do all these other things. Maybe Glee will work better on Broadway. Get a bunch of kids up there who got a dream of making it in on Broadway or something. Like you could do something like that and using popular songs to tell the story. Why not do that? Leah isn't in controversies due to probably actually being at home and where she able to work at the stage where, well, yeah, well, I guess she's more or less a stage actor. I heard AHS Horror Story is now 30-minute. Really? I'm like, you know what? That might be better for the show. You can't go overboard. Well, yeah, 30 minutes. Was it 30 minutes plus commercials? But if they want to make them short, be my guess. Wasn't American Horror Stories pretty short? Yes, leave Leah alone. I do agree with that. So I think bottom line, Leah wasn't made for TV acting. Well, look, everybody doesn't work. Everybody who is good for theater is not good for TV and vice versa. There's some people that work better in theater, and then there's people that work better doing a TV show or movies. Not everybody's able to accomplish both. It's kind of like when you look at people like Patti LuPone, where she got mad because she didn't get to play Evita in the movie. You got to play her on Broadway. You excel on Broadway. And yes, Patti has done TV. However, she wasn't leading Evita on the cinema. They need to sell tickets. You'll sell tickets on Broadway, but everybody ain't going to the movies to see Patti LuPone. All right, now let's get into some homosexual adult cinematography news. And let's talk about Drake Vaughn, who got his little ass arrested yet again. This boy cannot seem to keep himself out of trouble. It's not going to be to a point where he end up jail or worse. And by worse, you know what I'm saying. So the award-winning gay corn star can't seem to stay out of the clink because he was busted for possessing a toxic substance in Los Angeles, continuing his string of arrests. Now, shout out to Out for this story. Now, according to TMZ, the adult model is now in hot water in California after authorities arrested him for possessing a toxic substance in Los Angeles. This is now his third run in with the law in 2026, following a couple of serious charges in June. Now, Vaughn, whose real name is Dawson Bacon, minus the creek, was busted on Tuesday for misdemeanor possession of a substance similar to toluene. What is that? Well, they said is a colorless fluid that is highly toxic when inhaled and causes dizziness. Is that what y'all call poppers? They said it's highly toxic when inhaled. I mean, we could say that about poppers, right? So this says records show Vaughn was released on Wednesday. So this had to be last week because today is technically Monday. So it had to be last week when this story came out. Now, last month, Vaughn was charged. Well, I think it was because it said the 30th when I first read this story. So yeah, it was last week. Last month, Vaughn was charged on one count of misdemeanor DUI after reportedly crashing his car into another vehicle in Las Vegas. Photos released to TMZ even show the passenger door smashed in. The adult film star said he was sober during the crash, but nitrous was found in the vehicle. Prior to his DUI, the actor was released on bail after he was arrested for allegedly strangling his partner. His charges include first-degree domestic battery by strangulation, and felony coercion constituting DV with threat to use or use of physical force. In an exclusive statement to Out, the 23-year-old claimed I can't believe that boy is 23, claimed the incident was in fact nothing more than a publicity stunt. The Gavian winner claimed all charges against him will be dropping and the case is dismissed, which all turned out to be some BS because it wasn't dismissed and none of the charges were dropped. Then tried to run around and say he was good mentally. It was a publicity stunt. And then there were police reports that came out that detailed the alleged violence that led to his arrest, which in the past, when I've covered this story, I've already read to y'all what those things were. I had all the court documents courtesy of straight up gay porn. And y'all can go in the archives on my page, YouTube channel, and look it up. Now, on June 2nd, Vaughn had an argument with his girlfriend that escalated into a physical altercation where he allegedly grabbed her by the throat, slammed her on the ground, and strangled her by applying pressure to her throat, restricting her breathing until she could not breathe and she felt like she passed out. Now, according to police, the victim had a bruise above her right eyebrow, a scratch on her hand, and redness on her neck that was consistent with her allegations of being strangled. Vaughn, who has a previous arrest for domestic battery, refused to speak to police and requested his attorney. Now, on June 4th, he also posted he posted a shirtless selfie. We don't give a shit. But this boy got issues, clearly. And it seems like he's got a lot of people that's still enabling his behavior. And I don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, you either going to end up in jail or worse. That seems to be going to be the only solution that's going to happen with him because he can't seem to keep himself out of trouble. I remember he was on this past season of X-Rated NYC. I didn't finish the season. I think I maybe watched the first episode and never went back because he was on there, and it just seemed like he and Joey Mills was getting into it. But it's hard for me to even know if like the drama is real on there because a lot of it comes across as very performative. So I just didn't care enough to finish out that season. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this messy ass story regarding Drake Vaughn can't seem to keep himself out of getting in trouble? I mean, if you want to continue to ruin your career, you think like this whole little bad boy thing is going to get you more points in the adult cinematography world, maybe it will because they like all this stuff. They like all that drama and they keep giving it to you because you're young, you got a perfectly twinkish body, and you got a big penis and all this other stuff. And you know, all that shit gets rewarded, especially if you're in the adult film industry. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. I'm pretty sure that is the proper name. There probably is. I'm like, is that Poppers? Is that what y'all about? Like Pop? Wait, is Poppers illegal in Vegas? Child, they selling them in the bodegas in the city. I'm like, y'all sell Poppers in the bodega? I be gagging sometimes when I be saying that. They said I thought it was Poppers too. What threw me off was the chemical they named. When I worked at the adult store, they were simply referred to as nitrates. Oh yeah, I remember that infamous store you used to work at. Yeah, Poppers is banned from the place I rent. Basically, it's lube and that's it because Poppers are technically an illegal street drug. Well, child, they selling them all over New York. How the girls gonna get their booty hole open without it being so painful? You know, a lot of the girls they don't like them. They don't like when you force that forced entry. They get a little something to relax, relate and release. But anyway. All right, y'all. So now let's get to our final topic. And let's talk about Drag Race Down Under versus the World, which aired its second episode. They did like a Kylie Minogue girl group challenge, whatever the case is. You already know it's a uh sidebar. Do y'all want me to actually start watching the episode? I also got to do Latina Royale. I got to find the time to actually watch these videos and put them up on my Patreon. But I've been so damn busy. It's just been hard for me to like take the time to do it. But I'm gonna do it this week. So anyway, so Drag Race Down Under aired its second episode, and it was a girl group challenge, those other stuff. They done eliminated my girl Nicole Page Brooks from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm mad about that. But anyway, so it was revealed, or I should say revealed, because people thought Raven was competing. But child, just like the world's worst kept secret about Sadie Sink being Jean Grey in Spider-Man was revealed. And people like acting like it was such a secret when everybody knew. Everybody knew that Raven wasn't partaking as a contestant. She was secretly revealed to be a mole for Michelle Visage and a damn judge. So I know I was getting all excited. I forgot to put the picture up. So let's get into the topic at hand in regards to this tea. So Raven, who famously now does Rue's makeup and has even won Emmys for it, was included in the cast reveal and promos for the international series and was adamant that she was competing. In the first episode, the other contestants couldn't quite believe she was there and refused to accept that she was competing. But then she did and played safe in the first episode, which was a sewing challenge. However, host Michelle Visage has revealed the truth in the second episode, and it was all lies. Liza Minnelli. Now, Visage enters the workroom and announces a special guest judge for the week, and of course, it turns out to be Raven. Nicole Page Brooks from Atlanta, Georgia, fumes. I'm not happy. Yeah, I'm not excited about this. Now that she's revealed as a fucking judge, what was all that bonding? Was it all fake again? Because it's like, yeah, now I'm connected with you on the show and we're having a real genuine moment. And now kind of find out that Raven could have been playing me for a fool. And while y'all think this is cute, for the show, and yes, it's entertaining and everything, I do think it's quite shady. Now, Visage explains Raven is not, I repeat, is not a contestant. I asked Raven to be my mole to get to know you all as quick as possible, and now that assignment has come to an end. Now, Raven, speaking in a confessional, says, I was going to compete just like anyone else. I went through it mentally, but I think I did show you that I'm that bitch, and I'll always be that bitch. The biggest surprise was reconnecting with Nicole Page Brooks, saying I was really hard with Nicole in season 2, but I've changed. And I do really genuinely like Nicole. Nicole's a special sister to me, an older sister. Oh, so you still had to throw the Reeds up in there. So there you have it. We all know what Raven is, but I'm like, was this really a surprise? I mean, it wasn't a big secret in regards of who Raven was being on the show. I do think it's a bit messy that they came and did that whole situation with her in regards of the whole mole situation. But I guess in a way you got to create drama, and look, for the most part it worked. Regardless of how shady it was. And I have to say, I definitely love Michelle doing Down Under versus RuPaul being on it, because I felt like RuPaul's heart and energy and everything wasn't in it. And here's the thing, it at least gave Raven something to do, because when Ru's not off doing other stuff and not getting his face beat, Raven being a part of the show, I think definitely gives her something to do. And I like the idea of a drag queen being a judge, because she could sit there and do Michelle makeup too and come out and do her own face, whatever, and come out on that panel and be a part of the situation. Similar to why I'm loving Canada's Drag Race right now, because you have Brooklyn Heights, you got Jimbo, and you got Priyanka. I like the idea of it being an all drag panel, and I'm hoping with this drag race version that they have the All Stars, that what we get is, for the regular season, we keep these queens up here, and it basically is a drag show for drag queens, judged by drag queens, hosted by drag queens. So I like that whole idea of let's do something different. That's the way y'all stand out. And it seems like so far everybody's liking Canada's Drag Race out of all the current shows airing. Because I saw they did a poll on YouTube or whatever, and it was like, which show is everybody enjoying so far? I think what beat all of the shows, because I think they had Drag Race Down Under, Canada's Drag Race, the current season, France, and Latina Royale, which just started, and they picked Canada. And Canada's definitely given this season. I'm definitely loving the drama. And the fact that we got actual former contestants on the show, except Brooklyn Heights. Brooklyn Heights wasn't a contestant. She was in America. And funny enough, you got 2 judges that actually won their seasons. Well, Jimbo won All Stars in America, and Priyanka won season 1 of Canada's Drag Race. And let me tell you, that last lip sync was nasty. What they just had, that last lip sync for Drag Race Canada, that was a nasty, good old nasty lip sync. But I live. So I say all this to say What do y'all think of this story regarding Drag Race Down Under? Were y'all surprised to find out that Raven was not a contestant, but rather a judge and a mole for Michelle? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Poppers are illegal and they were coming down harder on regulating them by the time I left that place. You just can't call them poppers because they show. Oh, okay. Like I said, I actually thought she was competing. It would have been perfect because she would have been judged by Rue, and they're clearly trying to scrub the existence of Tyra Sanchez away. So let's crown Raven. Well, yeah, it's definitely we're giving like I thought it would be a good idea for her to compete because it's like, oh, we're just doing this. But I think maybe people would have looked at it as like, okay, so now we see what y'all doing. Kind of like how they shaped it up for Ginger Minge to win her season with Saba. I saw Ginger Minge got a gig as a judge over there on that King of Drag show. So they probably was thinking, oh, y'all basically gonna manipulate it to have Raven win because y'all, like you said, they trying to scrub all existence of Tyra from the show. But I think that would have been unfair to kind of do that where y'all purposely trying to make it so that she wins. But let her compete on her own accord. I don't think this landed the way the producer. I hope that's what I said. It was like, it was a mess. It just makes it more obvious that these versus the world seasons are never taken as serious competition, especially when they had what is that drag versus the world? Like, yeah, a lot of them kind of been a disappointment in my opinion. So I will agree with you on that. I'd be hoping that the Drag Race versus the world shows be giving me what I need, and then I just be at the end of the day disappointed in the matter. But anyway, Um, it looks like we are done with today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification, do all the things to help this channel, blow up and all that good stuff, get more eyes on the show. I love you all for consistently supporting the show and all that good stuff. I will not be on tomorrow because I'm working night 2 of J. Cole. So I'll be back on Wednesday with a brand new episode of the show. I'm gonna try to see if I can squeeze in a Friday show because I gotta work a concert on Friday, but it's late. And then so it's gonna be every other day is gonna be a show because Thursday I got Hillary Duff. So I'll be working her. And so yeah, there's a lot going on. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.